Welcome back to Sir Ravenclaw. Tonight we'll be exploring 12 bone-chilling encounters from the remote hollows and mist-shrouded mountains of Appalachia, where ancient secrets still linger in the shadows. Subscribe and let me know where you're listening from as we journey into the darkness that waits in those isolated hills. Our first tale begins with a former miner who discovered that some things buried in the mountains never truly rest. The miner's cabin. James Harrick had spent 20 years of his life underground, following coal seams through the dark veins of Black Mountain, before a partial collapse crushed his left leg and ended his mining career. 2 surgeries and a titanium rod later, he found himself working as a forest ranger in the same Kentucky mountains that had nearly claimed his life. The irony wasn't lost on him. He was still in these ancient hills, just working above ground now instead of beneath it. That late October, James was tasked with surveying the boundaries of an abandoned mining settlement that the Forest Service had recently acquired. The old company town had been vacant since the 1950s, when the coal played out and the corporation moved on, leaving empty buildings to slowly surrender to nature's reclamation. Most structures had collapsed decades ago, their rotted timbers returning to the earth. But as James crested a ridge thick with yellowing poplars and crimson maples, he spotted something unexpected. A miner's cabin, remarkably intact, standing in a small clearing. The wooden structure listed slightly to one side, but its metal roof, though rusted, had protected it from the worst ravages of time and weather. "Well, look at you," James muttered, consulting his GPS unit. The cabin wasn't on any of his maps. According to his device, he was officially in the middle of nowhere, the nearest road over 5 miles away through dense forest. Night would fall soon, and with his bad leg aching from the day's hike, James decided the cabin would make a better shelter than his tent. The door opened with a protesting groan of ancient hinges. Inside, dust motes danced in the beams of late afternoon sunlight that streamed through grimy windows. A cast iron stove stood in one corner, a simple wooden table and chair in another. A narrow bed frame remained against the far wall, its mattress long since rotted away. Above it hung a tarnished mirror, and, surprisingly, an old framed photograph of miners standing at a mine entrance, their faces blackened with coal dust, eyes shining white in contrast. James swept the worst of the debris from the plank floor, laid out his sleeping bag on the bed frame, and prepared a simple dinner on his camp stove. As darkness fell, the forest grew quiet except for the occasional hoot of an owl. He read for a while by the light of his headlamp, before finally switching it off around 10 o'clock. The first sounds came just as he was drifting to sleep, the distant but distinct tap-tap-tapping of pickaxes striking stone. James sat up, instantly alert. The nearest active mine was at least 20 miles away. He listened more carefully, and now he could make out men's voices, too faint to distinguish words, but unmistakably human, calling to each other as they worked. "Hello?" James called out, struggling into his boots and limping to the door. He swept his flashlight beam across the clearing, but there was nothing, just dark trees swaying slightly in the night breeze. The sounds had stopped completely. "Must be carrying farther than usual tonight," he muttered, though he didn't entirely believe it. Back inside, he double-checked the latches on the windows and door before returning to bed. He slept fitfully, waking several times thinking he'd heard footsteps outside the cabin, but never finding anything when he looked. The next day, James continued his survey work, marking boundaries and taking GPS readings. He found the remains of the mine entrance about a mile from the cabin. Timbers collapsed, the opening sealed decades ago. An old rusted sign warned, "Danger, do not enter," in faded letters. He took photos for his report and searched for any other intact structures, but found nothing worth noting. That evening, as he returned to the cabin, James couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The woods seemed different somehow, quieter, as if the wildlife was deliberately avoiding this place. He gathered extra firewood and made a small fire in the cast iron stove, which still functioned despite years of neglect. The warmth was comforting as night fell, with the sudden swiftness peculiar to the mountains. It was nearly midnight when the second night's disturbances began. This time the sounds were closer, heavy footsteps on the porch outside, the scrape of boots on wood. James grabbed his flashlight and revolver, the latter a precaution against the occasional black bear or mountain lion. "Forest Service," he called out. "Identify yourself." No response came, but the footsteps continued, circling the cabin now. Shadows moved past the windows, too tall and straight to be animals, too silent to be human trespassers. When James threw open the door, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, the porch was empty. But at the forest's edge, just beyond the reach of his light, he glimpsed what looked like men moving between the trees, dark silhouettes that disappeared when he tried to focus on them. James spent the rest of that night sitting up, back against the wall, gun in his lap. Occasionally he heard whispering outside, words just below the threshold of comprehension. Once, something rattled the door handle, testing it. The temperature in the cabin dropped dramatically, his breath fogging in the suddenly frigid air. By dawn, James was exhausted but unharmed, and whatever had been outside was gone. He should have left then. Later, he would acknowledge this to himself. But rangers don't abandon their posts and miners don't spook easily, two aspects of his identity that kept him there when common sense suggested retreat. Besides, he had one more day of work to complete his survey, and he'd faced down roof collapses and methane pockets in his mining days. What were a few strange noises compared to that? That final day, James discovered something troubling while exploring the administrative building ruins. Among the water-damaged papers and mouldering ledgers was an accident report from 1938, partially legible despite water stains and decay. 11 miners had been trapped when a support beam failed, causing a cave-in that sealed them inside. Rescue efforts continued for 6 days before being abandoned. The bodies were never recovered. James read through the list of names, a chill running through him that had nothing to do with the autumn air. The final name on the list was Harrick J., the same as his own. Coincidence, he said aloud, but his voice sounded hollow even to his own ears. His great-grandfather had been a miner in these parts. He knew that much from family stories, but the details had been lost to time. Could this be him? The timing would be right. The sun was already setting when James returned to the cabin, his survey work complete but his mind troubled. He packed his gear, intending to hike out at first light rather than spend another night. But as darkness fell completely, a heavy fog rolled in, unusually thick and disorienting. Attempting to navigate the steep terrain at night in such conditions would be suicidal, especially with his bad leg. One more night then. The third night began with an unnatural silence. No insects chirping, no night birds calling, not even the sound of wind in the trees. James sat on the edge of the bed, cleaning his revolver more to keep his hands busy than from necessity. At precisely midnight, he checked his watch. The temperature plummeted so rapidly that the window glass cracked with a sharp report. And then they came. They entered without opening the door, simply passing through it as if it were mist. 11 men in tattered work clothes covered in coal dust, their mining helmets still on their heads with dead headlamps. Their eyes were hollow pits of absolute darkness, their faces gaunt with hunger and fear. They moved with the slow, shuffling gait of men who had walked through absolute darkness for decades, feeling their way along tunnels that existed only in memory. James couldn't move, couldn't speak, as they filled the small cabin, crowding around him. They left no footprints in the dust, made no sound as they moved. The leader, a tall man with a handlebar mustache beneath his blackened face, stepped forward and stared at James with those empty eye sockets. When he spoke, his voice sounded like rocks grinding together deep underground. "James Harrick," he said, "we've been waiting for you to come home." In that moment, James understood. His great-grandfather hadn't been on that list. His name was on that list because they had been waiting for him specifically. The cabin hadn't survived by chance. It had been preserved as a doorway, a meeting place between their world and his. "I'm not staying," James managed to say, his voice barely a whisper. The apparition tilted its head. "None of us meant to stay, but the mountain keeps what it claims." It reached out a blackened hand toward James's damaged leg, the one the mountain had already marked as its own. James scrambled backward, falling off the bed. The ghost miners advanced, their forms flickering like bad television reception. Outside, the sounds of mining had begun again. Pickaxes striking stone, the creak of support timbers, men calling to each other. But now James recognized it for what it was. Not the sounds of men working, but the sounds of the cave-in that had taken their lives, playing out again and again across the decades. With desperate strength, James lunged for the door, throwing it open. The fog outside was impenetrable, a solid white wall. Behind him, cold hands reached for his shoulders, his neck, his injured leg throbbing with sudden, intense pain. "The mountain keeps what it claims," the voices repeated in terrible unison. James threw himself into the fog, feeling the ghostly fingers slip away. He tumbled down the slope, his bad leg useless, rolling through underbrush and over rocks. He didn't stop until he hit the trunk of a massive oak, the impact knocking the breath from his lungs. As he lay there gasping, the fog began to thin. Above him, he could see stars emerging. The supernatural silence had lifted, replaced by normal forest sounds. Whatever boundary he had crossed, he was back in the world of the living. It took James 4 agonizing hours to limp back to his truck, navigating by the stars and his compass. He never reported finding the cabin. On his survey maps, he marked that section of the mountain as unstable terrain, unsuitable for development. Technically true, if incomplete. 2 weeks later, James submitted his resignation to the Forest Service and moved to Arizona. He told friends he couldn't handle the dampness of Kentucky anymore, that it was bad for his leg. What he didn't tell them was how on certain nights he still hears the tap-tap-tapping of pickaxes in his dreams and wakes to find coal dust on his pillow. And he never mentioned that the old photograph from the cabin wall, the one showing miners at the entrance, faces black with coal dust except for their shining eyes, somehow made its way into his backpack. In it, 11 men stare at the camera. The 12th face, barely visible at the edge of the frame, is his own. Something in the hollers. Sarah Miller had always felt more comfortable around wildlife than people. Growing up in a small town in Ohio, she'd spent her childhood cataloging insects, tracking deer, and learning bird calls, while her peers navigated the complexities of social hierarchies. It was no surprise to anyone when she pursued a degree in wildlife biology, eventually landing a research position studying the endangered Virginia northern flying squirrel in the Monongahela National Forest of West Virginia. The position was a dream come true. 2 weeks in one of the most biodiverse temperate forests in North America, documenting nocturnal mammals far from civilization. The remoteness that deterred other researchers only enhanced the appeal for Sarah. Her research station was a small cabin tucked into a deep hollow, what locals called the steep-sided valleys that creased the ancient Appalachian landscape like wrinkles in an old quilt. "You sure you'll be all right out there alone?" her project supervisor had asked during her final briefing in Elkins, the nearest town of any size. Cell service is non-existent, and the nearest neighbor is 5 miles as the crow flies, more like 12 by the forest roads. Sarah had smiled confidently. "That's exactly why I applied for this position. Just me, my research, and the forest." "Well, at least you'll have Doctors Chen and Patel at the main research station," her supervisor said, pointing to a spot on the map about 3 miles from her cabin. "They're studying salamander populations in the same area. Check in with them every couple of days, will you? Standard safety protocol." Sarah had agreed, though secretly she'd hoped to minimize human contact during her 2 weeks in the field. She wanted to immerse herself completely in the forest ecosystem, to attune her senses to the subtle rhythms of the wilderness. That first night at the cabin, as she organized her equipment, live traps, tracking tags, night vision equipment, and recording devices, she felt a profound sense of rightness. The cabin was basic but functional, a main room with a desk and research equipment, a small kitchenette, and a bedroom with a simple cot. A generator provided limited electricity, and a propane heater kept the autumn chill at bay. After a simple dinner, Sarah stepped onto the small porch to survey her new domain. The sun had set, but a nearly full moon illuminated the landscape in silvery light. The hollow stretched before her, a narrow valley with steep forested slopes rising on either side. The trees, ancient oaks, hickories, and towering hemlocks, stood like sentinels in the darkness. In the distance, a barred owl called, "Who cooks for you? Who cooks for you all?" The familiar call made Sarah smile. This was her element. The first 3 days passed in a blur of productive research. Sarah established her study grids, set up motion-activated cameras at promising locations, and began documenting the nocturnal activities of the flying squirrels. She checked in with Doctors Chen and Patel as promised, hiking the 3 miles to their research station on her second day. They were friendly colleagues, absorbed in their own work, and seemed to respect her preference for solitude. It was on the fourth night that Sarah first heard something unusual. She was sitting at her desk, logging the day's observations, when a voice called her name from somewhere in the forest. Sarah. She froze, pen hovering above her notebook. The voice was distant, but distinct, and somehow familiar. It sounded like Dr. Chen. Sarah. Can you help us? Sarah frowned, glancing at her watch. It was nearly midnight. What would Dr. Chen be doing near her cabin at this hour, and why would she need help? Sarah grabbed her flashlight and stepped onto the porch. Dr. Chen? Is that you? She called into the darkness. No response came, but as Sarah swept her flashlight across the tree line, she caught a glimpse of movement about 50 yards away. She hesitated, considering her options. It seemed irresponsible to ignore a potential call for help, but equally foolish to plunge into the forest at night without knowing what she was dealing with. I'm coming, she called, hurrying back inside to grab her jacket, a first aid kit, and her satellite radio, just in case. She'd been warned about the treacherous terrain. Perhaps one of the researchers had taken a fall. Sarah followed the narrow path leading from her cabin, sweeping her flashlight from side to side. The dense understory of rhododendrons created deep shadows that her light couldn't fully penetrate. The forest was unusually quiet. No insects chirping, no rustling of nocturnal creatures. Just the sound of her own breathing and footsteps on the leaf-strewn path. Dr. Chen, where are you? She called again. Over here, Sarah. The voice came from her right, deeper in the forest, away from any trail. It still sounded like Dr. Chen, but something about the cadence was off. Too measured, too even. Sarah hesitated at the edge of the path. Leaving the trail at night was risky, even with a flashlight. The forest floor was a maze of sinkholes, hidden rocks, and fallen logs. I'm injured, the voice called again. Please help. That decided it. Sarah stepped carefully off the path, using her flashlight to pick her way through the underbrush. She'd gone about 20 yards when she heard the voice again, but this time from behind her. Sarah, where are you going? She whirled around, heart suddenly racing. The voice was unmistakably Dr. Chen's, but how had she moved so quickly and silently? Dr. Chen, I'm trying to find you. Keep talking so I can follow your voice. A long silence followed, then from much farther away to her left. Sarah, come quickly. A cold shiver ran down Sarah's spine that had nothing to do with the night air. Something was very wrong. She turned to head back to the path, but in her confusion she wasn't certain which direction she'd come from. The thick rhododendrons looked the same in all directions, and the canopy obscured the moon, eliminating that navigational aid. Sarah. The voice was closer now, but it had changed subtly. It still had Dr. Chen's distinctive accent, but the pitch was wrong, higher, almost sing-song. Why won't you help me, Sarah? Sarah fumbled for her satellite radio, but before she could turn it on, another voice spoke from the darkness to her right. Sarah, is that you? This voice belonged to Dr. Patel, but like Dr. Chen's, something about it was off. An unnatural flatness, a lack of emotion. What's going on? Sarah called, unable to keep the tremor from her voice. Where are you both? Instead of an answer, she heard laughter. Dr. Patel's distinctive chuckle, but stretched out too long, too regular, like a recording played at the wrong speed. Sarah's scientific mind raced through possibilities. A prank. Impossible. Both researchers were serious professionals. Some kind of auditory hallucination? She felt perfectly lucid. Local troublemakers who'd somehow learned the researchers' voices, but how would they know her name? As she stood frozen in indecision, a third voice joined the chorus, her own voice, calling from somewhere ahead of her. Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? It was her voice perfectly replicated, the same inflection she used when uncertain, the same slight Midwestern accent. But she hadn't spoken those words. Terror finally broke through her analytical paralysis. Sarah turned and ran, no longer caring about the path, simply trying to put distance between herself and those impossible voices. Branches whipped at her face, roots threatened to trip her, but adrenaline kept her moving. Behind her, the voices multiplied. Dr. Chen, Dr. Patel, her own voice, and now others she didn't recognize. All calling her name, all asking for help, all laughing that too perfect laugh. Somehow, she found the path again and sprinted toward her cabin. As she burst through the door and slammed it behind her, the voices fell silent. Sarah stood trembling in the middle of the room, flashlight clutched in a white-knuckled grip, listening. Nothing but the normal sounds of the forest at night, a distant owl, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Had she imagined it all? Some kind of stress reaction to the isolation. Sarah prided herself on her mental stability, but everyone had limits. She decided to radio the main research station in the morning just to confirm that Doctors Chen and Patel were actually there and not wandering the forest calling her name. Sleep came fitfully that night, her dreams filled with voices calling from the darkness. When dawn finally broke, Sarah made coffee and tried to approach the previous night's events rationally. The human mind was prone to pattern recognition, to finding meaning in random stimuli. Perhaps she'd heard normal forest sounds, and her brain had interpreted them as familiar voices. She picked up the satellite radio and called the main research station. After a moment of static, Dr. Chen's voice responded. "Sarah? Everything okay?" The normality of the interaction was reassuring. "Yes, just checking in as promised. You and Dr. Patel didn't happen to be near my cabin last night, were you?" A pause. "No, we were both here all night, processing samples." "Why do you ask?" Sarah hesitated, reluctant to sound irrational to her colleagues. "Just thought I heard something. Probably just the wind." "The wind can play tricks in these hollers," Dr. Chen agreed. "The locals have all kinds of stories about voices in the forest, but it's just acoustic phenomena, sound bouncing off the mountains in strange ways." "Right," Sarah said, relieved to have a scientific explanation. "I'll check in again tomorrow." That day, Sarah threw herself into her research, setting additional camera traps and collecting data from the ones already deployed. The scientific routine was comforting, and by evening, the previous night's experience had faded to an embarrassing overreaction in her mind. But as darkness fell, the forest changed again. The normal nocturnal sounds, insects, frogs, the occasional fox or raccoon, fell silent one by one until an unnatural quiet blanketed the holler. Sarah sat at her desk trying to focus on her notes, but found herself straining to hear any sound from outside. At precisely midnight, she checked her watch. The voices began again. But this time, they didn't call her name. Instead, they carried on conversations, dozens of overlapping dialogues in different voices, some modern, some speaking in antiquated patterns that sounded centuries old. "Told you to bring the horses around by sundown. Can't find my way back, the trees keep moving. Something watching me from the ridge. Never should have come to these mountains." The voices came from all directions, none closer than 50 yards from the cabin, but all perfectly audible as if the speakers were standing just outside her windows. Sarah recognized Dr. Chen and Dr. Patel among them, along with her own voice again, but also her mother's voice, her undergraduate advisors, and voices of strangers, some speaking in languages she didn't understand. This couldn't be explained away as the wind or her imagination. Sarah grabbed her audio recorder and held it up to the window, determined to document the phenomenon. The voices continued, an impossible cacophony of human speech. None of it directed at her, but all of it unnervingly specific, as if she were overhearing countless private conversations across time. For over an hour, she recorded the voices, making notes of any patterns or repetitions she could discern. The scientist in her had taken over, fear replaced by intense curiosity. Whatever this phenomenon was, it seemed to be centered on her location. The voices never came closer, but neither did they fade away. Around 1:30 a.m., a new voice joined the chorus, an elderly woman speaking in an Appalachian dialect so thick Sarah could barely understand her. "They ain't human voices, girl. Never were. It's the old thing in the deep holler. Been here since before the mountains rose. Learns our words, our voices, calls us into the dark places. Don't you answer it. Don't you ever answer it." As if in response, all the other voices fell silent. Sarah held her breath, recorder still running, waiting for more. But the night had returned to normal. She could hear insects again, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. The recording, when she played it back, contained nothing but static. The next morning, Sarah hiked to the main research station, determined to speak with her colleagues in person. She found the small facility deserted, equipment neatly stored, personal items missing. A note was pinned to the door. "Sarah, emergency called us back to university. Continue your research, we'll return in 5 days. Chen and Patel." The handwriting matched Dr. Chen's, but something about the situation felt wrong. Sarah tried the satellite radio, but couldn't reach anyone at the university department. She considered hiking out to the nearest town, but that would mean abandoning her research equipment and admitting that she was fleeing from voices in the forest, hardly the action of a serious scientist. Instead, she returned to her cabin and spent the day reviewing local folklore. Her field laptop contained reference materials on the region, including some anthropological studies of Appalachian folk beliefs. What she found disturbed her deeply. Multiple accounts described an entity in the deepest mountain valleys that could mimic human voices. Local names for it varied: the talker, the mocker, the many-voiced one, but the descriptions were consistent. It used familiar voices to lure people deep into the forest, away from trails and known landmarks, into places where they would become hopelessly lost. Some accounts claimed it was a malevolent spirit, others a previously undiscovered predator. A few suggested it was something older than humanity, an intelligence that had evolved alongside our species, learning to use our greatest tool, language, against us. Most troubling were the lists of disappearances attributed to the entity. Hundreds over the centuries, many of them documented, not mere folklore. That night, Sarah barricaded herself in the cabin, windows and doors secured. She set up her audio recorder but didn't expect it to capture anything useful based on the previous night's failure. Instead, she prepared a written log, determined to document her experiences with scientific precision. The voices began exactly at midnight again, but with a new pattern. Now they called to each other, carrying on conversations that seemed designed to draw her outside. "Is that light in Sarah's cabin? I thought she was meeting us at the old oak. She said she found something important, some new species. We should check if she's okay. Sarah, can you hear us?" Sarah recognized the deception now, noted how the voices played on both her professional curiosity and her sense of social obligation. They wanted her outside in the darkness. She stayed put, documenting each new approach they tried. Around 3 a.m., the voices changed tactics again. Now they sounded panicked, urgent. "Fire, Sarah, get out, the forest is burning." "Sarah, there's a flash flood coming up the holler. You need to get to higher ground." "Bear outside your cabin, Sarah, it's trying to get in the back door." Each threat was tailored to seem plausible in this environment, each delivered in voices she would trust, her colleagues, her supervisor, emergency responders. But Sarah held firm, remembering the warning from the previous night. "Don't answer. Don't ever answer." As dawn approached, the voices grew softer, more pleading. "Sarah, please, we're lost. We just need directions." "Sarah, I'm injured. Just some water, please." "Sarah, don't you recognize me? It's your mother." The last one, in her mother's voice, perfect in every detail, nearly broke her resolve. But as the first light of dawn filtered through the trees, the voices faded to whispers and finally fell silent. Sarah had filled 17 pages with notes. Looking them over in the clear light of morning, she recognized patterns, the progression from calling her name to impersonating friends to creating false emergencies. It was methodical, almost scientific in its approach, trying different strategies to achieve its goal. Whatever the entity was, it possessed intelligence and purpose. With only 2 days left in her research trip, Sarah faced a difficult decision. The professional, ambitious part of her wanted to stay, to document this phenomenon that defied scientific explanation. But a more primal instinct urged her to flee while she still could. In the end, she compromised. She would stay one more night, but with additional preparations. During the day, she hiked to the highest point near her cabin, a rocky outcrop that provided the only cell service in the area. Her call to the university biology department confirmed her growing suspicion. Doctors. Chen and Patel had never left campus. There was no salamander research project running concurrently with hers. She had been alone in the forest the entire time. That final night, Sarah set up her equipment differently. Instead of trying to record the voices, she prepared to pinpoint their sources. She placed small motion-activated cameras around the cabin perimeter, covering all approaches. If something physical was producing these voices, she would capture evidence of it. As midnight approached, Sarah sat at her desk, field journal open, pen ready. The forest fell silent right on schedule, that unnatural quiet descending like a heavy blanket. She checked her watch. 11:59 p.m. 1 minute to go. But midnight came and went, without a sound. The forest remained quiet, but it was a normal quiet. She could still hear distant insects, the occasional rustle of nocturnal animals. Sarah waited, tense, but increasingly puzzled. By 1 a.m. she began to wonder if the entity had given up, recognizing that its tactics weren't working. At precisely 3:33 a.m., Sarah's ears popped as if the air pressure had suddenly changed. All sound ceased completely. Not even the sound of her own breathing reached her ears, though she could feel the air moving in and out of her lungs. The silence was absolute, a vacuum of sound that felt physically painful. Then a single voice spoke, not from outside the cabin, but inside her own head. "We see you, Sarah Miller." The voice wasn't human. It had no identifiable gender, age, or accent. It felt ancient and vast, as if something incomprehensibly large had compressed itself into words she could understand. "We have always seen you. Since you were small, cataloging insects in your parents' garden. Since you were tracking deer through the Ohio woods. We have watched you learn the language of the natural world." Sarah couldn't move, couldn't speak. The voice filled her mind completely, leaving no room for her own thoughts. "We are the oldest voice in these mountains. Before the trees, before the stones, we were here. We have learned all the languages of all the creatures that have ever lived in these hollows. Human voices are merely the newest addition to our collection." Through the window, Sarah saw movement in the forest. The trees themselves seemed to be shifting, their trunks bending in impossible ways to form a rough approximation of a human shape. Or rather, many human shapes melded together, constantly flowing into new configurations. It was massive, towering above the canopy, yet somehow hidden within it simultaneously. "We do not wish to harm you, Sarah Miller. We wish to learn from you. Your kind has something we lack. Stories that travel beyond the telling, written words, recorded voices, knowledge that outlives its creators." The tree shape moved closer to the cabin, its head now visible through the window, not a face but a swirling pattern of leaves and branches that constantly reformed itself, like clouds reshaping in a time-lapse video. "We offer an exchange. Stay, study us as you study your flying squirrels, document our existence, and in return, we will share knowledge gathered over millions of years, patterns of life you cannot imagine, secrets of these mountains that no human has ever known." The offer was tempting, professionally, scientifically tempting. Sarah found her voice at last, though it emerged as barely a whisper. "What happened to the others? The people who disappeared?" The tree shape rippled, branches waving in a non-existent breeze. "Some joined us. Some fled. Some were consumed by the experience. Human minds are fragile things, easily broken by truths they cannot comprehend. And if I refuse, then leave with your memories intact as our gift to you. But know that we will continue to watch, and should you ever speak of us to others, we will speak back, through radios, through telephones, through the voices of loved ones. We exist wherever there are voices to be heard." With that, the pressure in Sarah's head released. Sound returned to the world, the cabin creaking in the wind, her own ragged breathing. Outside the window, the forest looked normal again, no sign of the impossible tree shape. Sarah spent the remainder of the night packing her equipment, hands shaking so badly she dropped her sample containers twice. As soon as dawn broke, she hiked out to her vehicle and drove straight to Elkins without looking back. She submitted her resignation from the research project via email that same day, citing a family emergency. The university was understanding. Her supervisor expressed disappointment, but assured her that another researcher would be sent to continue her work. Sarah thought about warning them, but remembered the entity's threat. Instead, she simply advised that the particular cabin she had used seemed structurally unsound, and recommended relocating any future researchers to a different site. Sarah never returned to the Monongahela National Forest. She redirected her research to prairie ecosystems, flat open spaces where one could see for miles in all directions. She moved to Nebraska, as far from mountains and forests as she could reasonably get while continuing her career. But sometimes, when she's working late in her university office, the phone will ring. When she answers, she hears nothing but forest sounds, rustling leaves, creaking branches, and very faintly, voices calling to each other in the darkness. She always hangs up immediately. And on certain nights when the wind blows from the east, from the direction of the Appalachian Mountains, hundreds of miles distant, she swears she can hear it whispering outside her window in her own voice. "We're still watching, Sarah Miller. We're still learning." The flood tunnel. Derek Williams adjusted his headlamp and double-checked his camera equipment as he prepared to enter the forgotten flood control tunnels beneath Coleridge, a small Appalachian town that had seen better days. At 33, Derek had built a modest following online for his urban exploration photography, specializing in abandoned industrial spaces throughout the Rust Belt and Appalachia. The flood tunnels weren't his usual subject matter, but a local contact had tipped him off about their existence, and Derek couldn't resist the allure of documenting something few had ever seen. "You sure about this?" asked Mac, the elderly local who had guided him to the overgrown entrance nestled in a ravine behind the town's disused textile mill. "Those tunnels ain't been maintained since the 70s. County forgot about them after they built the new drainage system." Derek nodded confidently, adjusting his waterproof backpack. "I've explored worse. How far do they extend?" Mac scratched his grizzled beard. "About 2 miles under the town, if memory serves. They built them after the big flood of '42 took out half the downtown. Then the Corps of Engineers put in that big dam upriver in the '70s, made these obsolete." He paused, looking uncomfortable. "Just don't go too deep. Some of those tunnels go under the old part of town, where they never rebuilt after '42. "I'll be careful," Derek assured him, checking his watch. It was 7:30 p.m., early October, the sun already set behind the mountains that surrounded the small valley town. "I should be out in 3 hours. If I'm not back by 11, call this number." He handed Mac a card with his emergency contact, his sister in Pittsburgh. Mac pocketed the card with a nod. "Good luck. Hope you get your pictures." The entrance was a concrete arch about 7 feet high, partially concealed by decades of vegetation growth. Derek ducked inside, the beam of his headlamp cutting through the darkness to reveal a curved concrete tunnel stretching ahead. The floor was damp but not flooded, with just a trickle of water running down a central channel. The air felt cooler inside, carrying the mineral smell of wet concrete and the earthy scent of years of accumulated silt. Derek moved carefully, documenting as he went. His camera captured the play of light and shadow on the curved walls, the occasional graffiti from decades past, the rusted remains of maintenance ladders and inspection hatches. The tunnel was a photographer's dream, a study in textures, decay, and the strange beauty of abandoned infrastructure. After about half a mile, the main tunnel branched into 3 smaller passages. Derek consulted the rough map Mac had drawn for him. The left tunnel led toward the current downtown area, the middle one followed the course of the river that bisected the town, and the right one led to the oldest part of Coleridge, the section destroyed in the 1942 flood and never rebuilt. Derek chose the middle tunnel, reasoning it would offer the most interesting structural features as it paralleled the river. As he ventured deeper, he noticed the tunnel construction changing, newer sections giving way to older ones, the concrete becoming rougher, showing more signs of age and water damage. The temperature dropped noticeably, and Derek zipped up his jacket against the unexpected chill. An hour into his exploration, Derek reached a large chamber where several tunnels converged. It must have been a central junction in the flood control system, perhaps a place where water could be redirected, depending on which parts of the town were most threatened. The chamber's ceiling rose about 15 feet, with catwalks and control mechanisms still visible despite the rust and decay. Derek set up his tripod to capture the cavernous space, using long exposures to bring out the details in the dim light. As he worked, he became aware of a sound that hadn't been present before, the distant rush of running water, much more substantial than the trickle he'd been following. "That's odd," he muttered to himself, checking his map again. There shouldn't be any significant water source feeding into these tunnels, especially not after weeks without rain. The sound seemed to be coming from the rightmost tunnel, the one leading to the old town section. Curiosity piqued, Derek packed up his equipment and headed toward the sound. The tunnel leading to Old Coleridge was in worse condition than the others, with cracks running along the walls and chunks of concrete missing from the ceiling. His headlamp revealed roots that had forced their way through the structure, signs that nature was slowly reclaiming this man-made intrusion. The sound of water grew louder as he proceeded, now unmistakably the rush of a significant flow. Derek checked his watch. He'd been underground for nearly 2 hours, with plenty of time left in his planned exploration. The temperature had dropped even further, and he could now see his breath fogging in front of his face. It was unusually cold for early October, even underground. The tunnel suddenly opened into another chamber, smaller than the junction, but still substantial. Here Derek found the source of the sound. Water was flowing into the chamber from a crack in the wall, feeding a pool that covered half the floor, before draining into a lower tunnel. The water looked clear, but had an unusual bluish tint in the beam of his headlamp. "This doesn't make sense," Derek said aloud, his voice echoing off the damp walls. According to the map and what Mac had told him, this entire system should be largely dry, except during heavy rains. Yet here was a steady flow of water coming from somewhere beyond the walls of the tunnel system. Derek decided to document this unexpected find. He set up his tripod again, angling his camera to capture the mysterious water source. As he framed his shot, he noticed something reflected in the pool, lights that didn't correspond to his headlamp. He turned around, half expecting to see another explorer, but the chamber behind him was empty. When he looked back at the pool, the lights were still there, moving like distant lanterns or flashlights. They seemed to be coming from deeper in the tunnel system, beyond where the water was flowing into the lower passage. "Hello?" Derek called out, his voice bouncing off the concrete walls. No response came, but the lights in the reflection continued to move, like people searching for something, or someone. Derek packed up his camera again and waded carefully through the shallow end of the pool to reach the continuation of the tunnel. The water was shockingly cold, numbing his feet even through his waterproof boots. As he proceeded, the tunnel began to change character again. The concrete gave way to older construction, brick archways that looked like they predated the 1940s flood control system. "This must be part of the original storm drains," Derek mused, running his hand along the aged brickwork. These would have been the drainage tunnels that failed during the 1942 flood, the ones that allowed the river to consume half the town. The sound of water was now a constant roar, and the temperature had dropped so dramatically that frost was forming on the walls. Derek's breath came out in thick clouds, and his fingers were growing numb despite his gloves. Something about the cold felt unnatural, too intense, too localized. As he rounded a bend in the brick tunnel, Derek's headlamp illuminated a scene that stopped him in his tracks. The tunnel ahead was partially collapsed, with a massive breach in the ceiling where the brick had given way. Through the breach, he could see not the earth and roots he would expect, but what appeared to be the wooden beams and floorboards of an old building. Even more bizarrely, water was pouring through the breach, not down from above as would be logical, but sideways, as if the laws of physics had been suspended. It flowed horizontally through the opening, defying gravity before finally falling to join the stream on the tunnel floor. "What the hell?" Derek whispered, raising his camera instinctively to document the impossible scene. As he looked through his viewfinder, he noticed movement above the breach, shadows moving across what looked like the interior of an old shop or office. The logical part of Derek's mind scrambled for explanations. Perhaps the tunnel had shifted over time, or maybe what he was seeing was some kind of reflection or light trick caused by the water and unusual tunnel acoustics. But none of these explanations accounted for what he was witnessing. Derek waded closer, the water now up to his knees and so cold it was painful. As he approached the breach, the sounds changed. Beneath the rush of water, he could now hear voices, distant shouts of alarm, calls for help, the unmistakable sounds of panic. "Hello, is anyone there? Do you need help?" Derek called out, though some instinct told him the voices weren't contemporary, weren't people currently in danger. No one responded to his call, but the voices continued, growing louder and more distinct as he approached the breach. "The river's breached the banks. Get to higher ground. The tunnels have collapsed. Water's coming up Main Street. These weren't current cries for help. They were echoes from 1942, from the catastrophic flood that had destroyed Old Coleridge. Derek's rational mind continued to search for explanations. Perhaps he'd stumbled upon some kind of acoustic phenomenon, where the tunnels somehow preserved or replayed sounds from the past. Or maybe the town had installed some kind of historical audio exhibit that had been forgotten, like the tunnels themselves. But as he raised his camera again, the flash illuminated figures moving through the breach, shadowy, translucent human forms rushing in panic, some being swept along by the horizontal flow of the impossible water. Their clothing was distinctly old-fashioned, men in work clothes and hats, women in dresses and coats from the 1940s. Derek's hands trembled as he reviewed the image on his camera's display. The figures were there in the photograph, captured by his camera's sensor, not hallucinations, not tricks of light and shadow. "This isn't possible," he whispered, backing away slowly. But his professional instincts and curiosity fought with his fear. Whatever was happening here was unique, unexplainable, and he was possibly the first person to document it. Derek steadied himself and began to systematically photograph the scene, taking both still images and video. Through his viewfinder, he watched in horrified fascination as the events of the 1942 flood played out before him. The shadowy figures increased in number, their panic escalating as the water rose both in the historical scene and in the tunnel where Derek stood. The water was now up to his thighs, the current growing stronger, tugging at his legs. Derek realized he needed to leave soon, or risk being caught in a very real, present-day danger of flooding. But as he turned to go, a voice called out directly to him. Not an echo from the past, but clear and immediate. "Help us, please help us." Derek turned back to see a woman's figure at the breach, more solid-looking than the others, her hand outstretched toward him. She wore a blue dress, soaked and clinging to her form, her hair plastered to her face by the water. Unlike the other figures who seemed unaware of Derek's presence, she was looking directly at him, her eyes wide with terror and pleading. "We've been trapped here since that day," she said, her voice somehow cutting through the roar of water and the panicked shouts of the other figures. "The flood never ended for us. We're caught in it, over and over." Derek stood frozen, camera forgotten in his hands. I don't understand. How can I be seeing this? How can this be real?" "The tunnels," the woman explained, her form flickering like a television with poor reception. "They were built wrong, built over the old indigenous burial grounds. The elders warned them, but no one listened. When the flood came, it tore open a seam between then and now, between life and death. We've been caught here ever since, reliving our last moments." The engineering part of Derek's brain wanted to dismiss this as impossible, as some elaborate hoax or a hallucination brought on by oxygen deprivation in the tunnels. But the water numbing his legs was real. The woman's desperate face was real. The images captured by his camera were real. "How can I help you?" Derek asked, taking a step toward the breach despite the danger. "Document what happened," she said, her form growing fainter as the water rose higher around Derek. "The town buried the truth, blamed the flood on natural causes. But it was the tunnels, built wrong, built with corners cut, built with greed. 47 people died that day. The town rebuilt and forgot us, left us trapped here." Derek nodded, raising his camera again. "I'll tell your story, I promise." The woman's expression changed to one of alarm. "You need to leave now. The cycle is reaching its peak. The water will rise fast, in your time as well as ours." As if on cue, the flow of water intensified dramatically, now pouring through the breach with such force that Derek had to brace himself against the tunnel wall to avoid being swept away. The water was up to his waist now, the current dangerously strong. "Go!" the woman urged, already being pulled back into the scene of panic and flooding behind her. "Before you become trapped with us." Derek needed no further warning. He secured his camera in his waterproof backpack and began fighting his way back through the rising water, against the current that threatened to pull him deeper into the tunnel system. The cold was intense, his legs nearly numb, but adrenaline kept him moving. Behind him, the voices rose to a crescendo of terror, the sounds of destruction and drowning following him as he struggled through the increasingly flooded tunnels. He could hear wood splintering, buildings collapsing, and the worst sound of all, the gradual silencing of human voices as they were overcome by the flood. The journey back seemed to take forever, the water rising with unnatural speed. By the time Derek reached the junction chamber, it was chest deep and still rising. He climbed onto one of the rusted catwalks to catch his breath and check his map, trying to remember the quickest route to the entrance. As he consulted the map, Derek noticed something chilling. The date printed in the corner read March 1942, just months before the historic flood. This wasn't a modern map that Mac had given him. It was an original document from before the disaster. There was no time to dwell on this discovery. Derek forced himself back into the frigid water and pressed on toward the entrance tunnel. The water continued to rise, forcing him to swim in some sections, fighting against a current that shouldn't exist in these abandoned tunnels. When he finally glimpsed the entrance arch ahead, the water had nearly reached the ceiling of the tunnel. Derek took a deep breath and dived, swimming the final distance underwater, lungs burning, pushed along by the inexplicable current. He burst out of the entrance into the cool October night, gasping for air, pulling himself onto the muddy bank of the ravine. Behind him, water gushed from the tunnel entrance for several minutes before suddenly stopping, as if a valve had been closed. Mac was gone. It was well past 11 p.m. Derek's watch showed nearly midnight. He must have called Derek's emergency contact as instructed. Derek lay on the ground, shivering violently, trying to process what he had experienced. When he finally gathered the strength to sit up, he immediately checked his backpack. Miraculously, the waterproof case had done its job. His camera and memory cards were dry and intact. He scrolled through the images with trembling fingers, fearing they would show nothing but empty tunnels and normal water flow. But the images were there, the breach in the tunnel, the water flowing horizontally in defiance of physics, and most incredibly, the translucent figures caught in their eternal panic. The woman in the blue dress was clearly visible in several frames, her hand outstretched, her eyes looking directly into the camera with a mixture of desperation and hope. Derek made his way back to his motel on the outskirts of Coleridge, his mind reeling. He spent the rest of the night transferring the images to his laptop, backing them up obsessively, afraid they might somehow vanish or corrupt if he didn't preserve them immediately. The next morning, still shaken but determined, Derek visited the local historical society. The elderly curator was initially reluctant to discuss the 1942 flood. It remained a sensitive topic, even generations later. But when Derek mentioned the flood control tunnels, the curator's demeanor changed to one of guarded caution. Those tunnels were a tragedy before they were even finished, the curator said quietly, leading Derek to a back room filled with archives. The original plans called for proper engineering, proper materials, but the mayor at the time had connections to substandard suppliers. Corners were cut. Inspections were falsified. The curator pulled out a fragile newspaper from March 1943, a year after the flood. The headline read, "County investigation clears city officials of negligence in flood disaster." But that wasn't the truth, the curator continued, looking around as if afraid of being overheard despite the empty building. "My grandfather was on the original engineering team. He resigned in protest when they changed the specifications. He tried to warn people, but no one would listen. When the flood came, it wasn't just bad luck or extreme weather. Those tunnels failed exactly as he predicted they would. 47 people died," Derek said, recalling the woman's words. The curator looked surprised. "That's the official count, yes. Though some say it was higher, some victims were never recovered from the river downstream." Derek hesitated, then took out his camera. "I'd like to show you something, if I may." He displayed the images from the tunnel, watching the curator's face carefully. The older man's expression changed from polite interest to shock, his hands trembling as he took the camera for a closer look. "These were taken yesterday?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Derek nodded. "In the old section of the tunnels, beneath what would have been the original downtown." "This woman," the curator said, zooming in on the image of the woman in the blue dress. "I know her face. That's Eleanor Whitman. She was my grandfather's assistant at the engineering office. She died in the flood trying to retrieve the original tunnel plans, evidence of the changes that had been made." Derek felt a chill that had nothing to do with his lingering exposure from the night before. "She spoke to me. She said they've been trapped there since the flood, reliving it over and over. She asked me to document what really happened." The curator was silent for a long moment, studying the images again. My grandfather used to say something similar before he died, that the victims of the flood were caught in some kind of loop, unable to rest, because the truth had never been acknowledged. He looked up at Derek. I always thought it was just his guilt talking. He felt responsible for not doing more to stop the flawed construction. What happened after the flood? Derek asked. The town rebuilt on higher ground, away from the old downtown. The county constructed a new flood control system in the 70s. The old tunnels were supposed to be sealed, but obviously they weren't, at least not completely. The curator shook his head sadly. The truth about the negligence was buried along with the victims. Those responsible went on with their lives, even prospered from the reconstruction contracts. Derek made a decision. I'd like to create a proper documentary about this. Use my photos and videos, combine them with the historical records and the true story of what happened. Would you be willing to help me with the research? The curator hesitated only briefly before nodding. It's long past time the truth came out. Maybe then they can finally rest. Over the next 6 months, Derek worked with the Historical Society to piece together the full story of the 1942 flood. His images and videos from the tunnel became the centerpiece of a documentary that eventually aired on a national streaming service, bringing attention to the long-buried scandal and negligence. The town of Coleridge was forced to confront its past. Memorial services were held for the flood victims, acknowledging for the first time the true cause of the disaster. Records were corrected, responsibility was assigned, even if those responsible were long dead. Derek never returned to the flood tunnels. The entrance was properly sealed after city officials viewed his documentary, deemed a public hazard that should have been addressed decades earlier. But sometimes when it rains heavily, Derek's phone will receive text messages from an unknown number. Messages that make no sense until he realizes they're being sent from the past, from a specific day in 1942, from a young engineer's assistant trying desperately to warn the town about the faulty tunnels before it's too late. The last such message read simply, "Thank you for helping us be heard. Some of us have finally moved on, but I'll stay until they all can leave." The truth is setting us free one soul at a time. Derek never replies to these messages. He wouldn't know what to say, but he keeps them all, digital proof of a breach, not just in a physical tunnel, but in time itself. A reminder that some floods never truly recede, and some currents connect us to those who came before, still caught in the moments that defined and ended their lives. Family reunion. Michael Coleman hadn't been back to Stone Gap in nearly a decade. The winding mountain roads of eastern Tennessee were both familiar and strange. As he guided his sedan through the early autumn landscape, trees just beginning to hint at their coming transformation. As an accountant in Nashville, Michael had built a life of ordered precision, a world away from the rural rhythms of his childhood home. But his grandmother's 90th birthday had drawn the scattered Coleman clan back to the family homestead, a rambling farmhouse that had stood in this isolated valley for over 150 years. "You still remember the way?" his wife Lisa asked, as they turned onto yet another unmarked gravel road. Their 7-year-old daughter Emma had finally fallen asleep in the back seat after hours of asking if they were there yet. "Some things you don't forget," Michael replied, though in truth he'd missed the turn twice already. The mountains had a way of confusing outsiders, and after 10 years away, he was nearly that. "Should be just around this bend." The Coleman homestead appeared suddenly as they crested a small rise, a 2-story white farmhouse with a wraparound porch, flanked by ancient oak trees and backdropped by the rolling Appalachian mountains. Several cars were already parked in the grassy area that served as a driveway. Michael felt a twinge of anxiety at the prospect of facing his extended family after so long. He'd left Stone Gap with ambitious plans and promises to visit often. The ambitions had been realized, the promises had not. As they pulled up beside a weather-beaten pickup truck, the front door of the house swung open, and Michael's mother emerged onto the porch, waving enthusiastically. "There he is!" she called, hurrying down the steps with surprising agility for a woman in her 70s. "My wandering boy has come home." Michael stepped out of the car, embracing his mother as Lisa gently woke Emma. The air smelled of pine and wood smoke, undercut with the rich scent of his mother's traditional cooking wafting from the house. "Sorry we're late, Mom," Michael said. "Traffic out of Nashville was worse than I expected." "Nonsense. You're right on time." Some of the family just arrived a bit early, that's all. She turned to Lisa and Emma, enfolding them in warm hugs. Look how big you've gotten, sweet pea. Your great-grandma Evelyn is just dying to see you. Michael grabbed their overnight bags from the trunk, and they followed his mother up the porch steps and into the house. The interior was just as he remembered. Wooden floors worn smooth by generations of Colemans, walls covered with family photographs dating back to sepia-tinted images from the early 1900s, and the massive stone fireplace that dominated the living room. The house was alive with people, aunts, uncles, cousins, and family friends milling about, their conversations creating a comfortable din. Several faces turned toward Michael as he entered, breaking into smiles of recognition. "Well, look what the cat dragged in." His Uncle Robert approached, clasping Michael's shoulder. "The big city accountant remembers where he came from after all." "Good to see you too, Uncle Robert," Michael replied, accepting the good-natured ribbing with a smile. "How's the farm doing?" "Same as always. Too much work, not enough pay, wouldn't trade it for anything." Uncle Robert laughed, a booming sound that hadn't changed since Michael was a boy. As Michael moved through the crowded rooms, greeting relatives he hadn't seen in years, he was struck by how easily he slipped back into the familiar patterns of family interaction. The tensions and disagreements that had contributed to his long absence seemed to have faded, replaced by the simple pleasure of reconnection. Grandmother Evelyn held court in her favorite armchair by the fireplace, receiving family members like a benevolent monarch. At 90, she remained sharp-witted and observant, her face a map of wrinkles that deepened when she smiled, which was often. "Michael," she said when he finally made his way to her side, "I was beginning to think you'd forgotten your way home." "Never, Grandma," he replied, kneeling beside her chair. "Just took a detour for a few years." She patted his hand, her skin papery against his. "Well, you're here now. That's what matters. And you've brought my great-granddaughter." She beckoned to Emma, who approached shyly. "Come here, child, let me look at you." As Emma cautiously engaged with her great-grandmother, Michael took the opportunity to survey the room. Most faces were familiar, though aged by the decade since he'd last seen them. But there were others, people he didn't recognize mingling comfortably with his known relatives, probably spouses of distant cousins or family friends he'd never met, he reasoned. A tall, slender man with salt-and-pepper hair caught Michael's attention. He stood by the window, engaged in animated conversation with Michael's cousin Diane. There was something vaguely familiar about him, though Michael couldn't place it. "Who's that talking to Diane?" he asked his grandmother quietly. Evelyn followed his gaze. "That's your great-uncle Thomas, your grandfather's younger brother." Michael frowned slightly. "I didn't know Grandpa had a younger brother." "Oh yes," Evelyn nodded. "Thomas was the adventurous one. Left Stone Gap as a young man to see the world, rather like you in that respect." Before Michael could ask more questions, his mother called everyone to dinner. The family gathered around the extended dining table and several card tables set up to accommodate the overflow. Michael found himself seated between Lisa and an elderly woman he didn't recognize, who introduced herself as Aunt Sarah. "I don't believe we've met," Michael said politely as dishes were passed around. "Are you from my father's side of the family?" "In a manner of speaking," she replied with a smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes. "I'm married to your father's Uncle William." Michael nodded as if this made perfect sense, though he had no recollection of an Uncle William. The Coleman family tree was extensive and complicated, with branches he'd never fully understood. Still, it seemed odd that he wouldn't remember these relatives at all. Dinner was a boisterous affair, filled with overlapping conversations, shared memories, and frequent bursts of laughter. Michael noticed how naturally the relatives he didn't recognize integrated with those he knew. They shared inside jokes, referenced past family gatherings, and seemed to know intimate details about the Coleman history. After the meal, as some of the family moved to the porch to enjoy the cool evening air, Michael helped his mother and aunts clear the table. "Mom," he said casually, stacking dessert plates, "I'm a bit confused about some of the relatives here. I don't seem to remember meeting them before." His mother glanced up from the dish she was wrapping. "Well, it has been a long time since you've been to a family gathering, Michael. Some of them probably weren't here the last time you visited." "Maybe," he conceded, "but Grandma mentioned great-uncle Thomas and I never knew Grandpa had a brother." "Of course he did," his mother said, looking slightly puzzled. Uncle Thomas used to send you postcards from his travels when you were little. Don't you remember? You had quite a collection." Michael didn't remember any postcards, but he nodded anyway. Perhaps this was simply a childhood detail lost to time. As the evening progressed, Michael found himself drawn into a card game with Uncle Robert, Great-Uncle Thomas, and a cousin named James, whom he couldn't quite place. The conversation flowed easily, touching on family history, local gossip, and gentle teasing about Michael's city life. "You always were good with numbers," Thomas remarked as Michael calculated the scores, "even as a boy. I remember when you couldn't have been more than 6, you corrected my change at the general store." Michael smiled politely, though the memory wasn't his. "I guess some things are just in the blood." "Speaking of blood," James interjected, "have you been up to the family cemetery yet? They've done a nice job maintaining it these past few years." "I haven't had the chance," Michael replied. "Maybe tomorrow before we head back to Nashville." "You should go tonight," Thomas suggested. "Full moon makes it easy to see, and it's peaceful up there after dark. Best time to pay respects, in my opinion." Something about the way Thomas said this sent a slight chill through Michael, though he couldn't say why. The family cemetery was a small plot on a hill behind the house, where Colemans had been buried for generations. As a child, Michael had found it creepy and avoided it when possible. Later that night, after Emma had been put to bed in one of the upstairs bedrooms, Michael found himself alone in his grandfather's study. The small room was unchanged from his childhood, bookshelves lined with agricultural references and dog-eared paperback westerns, a heavy oak desk, and the gallery of family photographs on the wall behind it. Michael studied these photos, searching for images of the relatives he'd met today but didn't remember. In the dim light of the desk lamp, he found a black and white wedding photo of his grandparents. Standing beside his grandfather was a younger man with the same distinctive Coleman jawline, presumably Thomas. Next to this was a faded color photograph from what appeared to be a family reunion in the 1970s, judging by the clothing styles. Michael recognized his parents as young adults, his grandparents in middle age, and himself as a toddler. He scanned the other faces, looking for Thomas or Aunt Sarah or Uncle William. They weren't immediately apparent, but one face near the edge of the group caught his attention. It was Cousin James, looking exactly as he did tonight, down to the distinctive scar above his right eyebrow. Michael frowned. That couldn't be right. This photo was nearly 50 years old. Cousin James should have been much younger then, perhaps even a child. Yet there he was, a middle-aged man in a photo from decades ago, unchanged by time. A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Lisa entered, closing the door quietly behind her. "Emma's finally asleep," she said. "Your family certainly knows how to wear out a child. She's had more attention today than in her entire life." Michael beckoned her over. "Lisa, look at this photo. Do you see that man there at the edge of the group?" Lisa studied the image. "The one with the scar on his forehead?" "Yes, that's Cousin James. I was just playing cards with him. But this photo was taken around 1975. Lisa looked at him quizzically. "So? So he looks exactly the same now as he did then. He hasn't aged at all." Lisa shrugged. "Some people age well. My dad barely changed from 40 to 60. "It's not that," Michael insisted. "He's identical. And there are other relatives here I've never met before, but everyone acts like they've always been around." "It's been 10 years, Michael," Lisa reminded him gently. "People change. New spouses join the family. You've forgotten some faces, that's all." Michael wanted to believe this rational explanation, but something felt off. He returned to the photo wall, examining other family gatherings through the years. Now that he was looking for them, he began to notice the same faces appearing across different eras. Uncle William in a 1950s Christmas photo, looking the same as he had at dinner. Aunt Sarah at a 1980s graduation, her distinctive pearl necklace identical to the one she wore tonight. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered, more to himself than to Lisa. "What doesn't make sense is you getting worked up over old photos at midnight," Lisa said, stifling a yawn. "Come to bed. Everything will seem normal in the morning." Michael allowed himself to be led from the study, but his mind continued to churn with questions. As they passed the window in the upstairs hallway, he glanced out toward the family cemetery on the hill. In the moonlight, he could make out the silhouettes of several people moving among the gravestones. Who would be in the cemetery at this hour? He wondered aloud. Lisa followed his gaze. I don't see anyone. Michael looked again. The figures were clearly visible to him, 4 or 5 people walking slowly between the rows of headstones. Right there, he pointed, by that tall monument. Lisa squinted into the darkness. There's no one there, Michael. Just shadows from the trees. Before he could argue, a floorboard creaked behind them. They turned to find Great-Uncle Thomas standing at the end of the hallway. Beautiful night for a walk, isn't it? Thomas said, his voice oddly resonant in the quiet house. The cemetery is particularly peaceful under a full moon. I was just noticing some people up there, Michael replied, turning back to the window. The figures were gone, but they seemed to have left. The dead don't leave, Michael, Thomas said softly. They just wait. With that cryptic remark, he continued down the hallway and descended the stairs, his footsteps making no sound on the wooden treads. Michael slept fitfully that night, his dreams filled with family gatherings where the faces kept changing, aging and de-aging in impossible ways. He woke before dawn, the house still quiet around him. Lisa slept peacefully beside him, untroubled by his concerns. Unable to return to sleep, Michael dressed quietly and made his way downstairs. The house was silent, though he had the unsettling feeling of being watched as he moved through the shadowy rooms. In the kitchen, he was surprised to find his grandmother sitting at the table, a cup of tea steaming before her. Couldn't sleep, she asked, gesturing for him to join her. Too many thoughts, he admitted, taking a seat across from her. It's strange being back after so long. Home has a way of stirring things up, she agreed, her eyes twinkling in the dim light. Memories, feelings, questions we didn't know we had. Michael hesitated, then decided to be direct. Grandma, some of the people here, I don't remember them, and I found photos that don't make sense. People who should be much older now, but they look the same as they did decades ago. Evelyn sipped her tea calmly. The Coleman bloodline has always been complicated. What does that mean? She set down her cup with deliberate care. Do you remember the stories I used to tell you as a child? About our ancestors who first settled this valley? Michael nodded. The tales had been part of his childhood, stories of Joshua Coleman, who had brought his family to this isolated valley in the early 1800s after a dispute with authorities in Virginia. I always told you they came here seeking freedom, Evelyn continued. That's true, but it wasn't the whole truth. They were fleeing after Joshua discovered something, a way to extend life beyond its natural span. Michael stared at his grandmother, uncertain if this was some kind of test or joke. What are you saying? I'm saying that some Colemans found a way to cheat death, in a manner of speaking. Not forever, but for much longer than nature intended. It started with a cave on this property. There's a mineral spring deep inside with unusual properties. That's, Michael began. Impossible, Evelyn finished for him. Perhaps, but you've seen the evidence with your own eyes. Thomas, William, Sarah, James, they're all much older than they appear. Thomas, for instance, was born in 1892. Michael felt a chill run through him. That would make him over 130 years old. Indeed it would, Evelyn agreed calmly. The water from the spring doesn't grant immortality. We still age, just very slowly. And there's a price to be paid. What price? Michael asked, though part of him didn't want to know. Confinement, she said simply. Those who drink from the spring can never leave the valley for long. A few weeks at most before they begin to deteriorate. Why do you think our family has remained so tied to this land, generation after generation? It's not just tradition. For some of us, it's survival. Michael thought of his great-grandmother, celebrating her 90th birthday, yet looking no more than 70. Of Uncle Robert, who had never left the family farm. Of all the Colemans who had lived and died in this isolated valley, their graves just a short walk from the house they were born in. If what you're saying is true, he said carefully, then some of the relatives I met yesterday have been dead for many years, Evelyn confirmed. Yes, that's the other side of the spring's gift. Those who drink from it remain connected to this place even after death. They can return for family gatherings, for important moments, They exist in a space between worlds, neither fully living nor entirely gone. That's why I saw people in the cemetery last night, Michael whispered, the realization dawning on him. They were, what, ghosts? We don't use that word, Evelyn chided gently. They're family, just in a different state of being. Michael's mind reeled, trying to make sense of what he was hearing. It sounded like madness, yet it explained the inconsistencies he'd noticed, the familiar strangers, the unchanging faces in decades-old photographs. Why are you telling me this now? He asked finally. Evelyn reached across the table to take his hand, her grip surprisingly strong. Because you're approaching a crossroads, Michael. You're 37 now. By Coleman tradition, this is when you must make your choice, to drink from the spring and bind yourself to this land, or to walk away forever. That's why I was invited back now, Michael said, the pieces falling into place. Not just for your birthday. Yes, she acknowledged. The gathering is for my birthday, but it's also for you. The family comes together when one of our own must decide. It's been this way for generations. Michael pulled his hand away, standing abruptly. This is insane. I have a life in Nashville, a career, a family of my own. No one can force you to choose the spring, Evelyn said calmly. Many Colemans have walked away over the years. But once you leave this time, knowing what you know, you can never return. The valley will be closed to you. And if I choose to stay, to drink from this spring, then you'll be tied to this land, as we all are. You'll age very slowly. You'll see generations come and go. And when your physical body eventually fails, you'll still be part of the family, able to return for gatherings and celebrations. She smiled sadly. It's not a choice to make lightly. Michael shook his head, backing toward the kitchen door. I need some air. I need to think. Of course, Evelyn nodded. But remember, you must decide before you leave today. That's the rule. Outside, the first light of dawn was breaking over the eastern mountains, casting long shadows across the valley. Michael walked aimlessly, his mind churning with his grandmother's revelations. Part of him wanted to dismiss it all as the fantasies of an elderly woman, perhaps showing signs of dementia. But he couldn't explain away what he'd seen with his own eyes, the unchanged faces in old photographs, the figures in the cemetery, the strange familiarity of relatives he'd never met. His wandering path took him up the hill toward the family cemetery. In the growing light, he could see the rows of headstones, some dating back to the early 1800s, all bearing the Coleman name. Near the center stood a large stone monument, older and more weathered than the rest. As Michael approached, he could make out the inscription, Joshua Coleman, 1776-1876. His ancestor had lived to be 100 years old, in an era when the average lifespan was less than half that. Moving through the graves, Michael began to notice something disturbing. Many of the headstones belonged to people he'd met yesterday. Great-Uncle Thomas Coleman, 1892-1965. Aunt Sarah Coleman, 1903-1981. Uncle William Coleman, 1885-1970. Cousin James Coleman, 1930-1992. All dead, yet all had dined with him last night, played cards with him, shared family stories as if they were still flesh and blood. It takes some getting used to, a voice said behind him. Michael turned to find Thomas standing there, watching him with sympathetic eyes. You're dead, Michael said flatly. You've been dead for 60 years. Thomas nodded, seemingly untroubled by this fact. In the conventional sense, yes, but death isn't quite what most people think it is, at least not for our family. This can't be real, Michael insisted. People don't just come back from the dead for family reunions. Not people in general, no, Thomas agreed. Just Colemans, and only those who drank from the spring in life. We're bound to this valley, to the family, to the land itself. Our bodies may lie here, he gestured to the gravestones around them, but our essence remains connected to this place. Michael felt lightheaded, reality seeming to shift around him. If you're whatever you are, then what about Grandma? Is she very much alive? Thomas assured him. Though she's been drinking from the spring since she was your age. That's why she looks so good for 90. He smiled wryly. I imagine she's told you about the choice you need to make. She has, Michael confirmed. But it's not really a choice. I can't abandon my life, my career. Lisa and Emma are in Nashville. My whole world is there now." Thomas's expression grew serious. "Then you've already chosen. That's perfectly acceptable. Many Colemans have walked away over the generations, but you should understand what you're giving up." "Immortality?" Michael asked skeptically. "Not immortality," Thomas corrected. "We all die eventually, but a longer life, yes. And more importantly, a continued connection to the family even beyond death. The chance to see your descendants grow up, generation after generation. To be part of something eternal." Michael thought of his daughter, of the life stretching ahead of her. There was an undeniable appeal to the idea of watching her grow old, of meeting her children and their children in turn. "What about Lisa and Emma?" he asked. "Could they—" "The spring only works for those with Coleman blood," Thomas said gently. "Emma could choose when she comes of age, but Lisa would age normally and eventually pass on." The idea of watching his wife grow old and die while he remained virtually unchanged was horrifying to Michael. "Then there's no real choice at all," he said firmly. "I won't leave them." Thomas nodded, unsurprised. "As I said, many have chosen as you have. The spring's gift isn't for everyone." He gazed out over the valley, now fully illuminated by the morning sun. "But know this, once you leave today, the valley will be closed to you. You won't be able to find your way back, no matter how hard you try. The family will remember you, but you'll gradually forget us. Even this conversation will fade from your mind like a dream." "Is that why I didn't remember you?" Michael asked. "Because I was already drifting away from the family." "Partly," Thomas acknowledged. "The valley protects itself. Those who aren't fully committed to it begin to lose their connection even before they leave for good." They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of generations pressing down on them among the gravestones of their ancestors. "I should get back to the house," Michael said finally. "Lisa and Emma will be waking up soon." Thomas inclined his head in understanding. "Of course. And Michael, whatever you decide, know that you are still family. Always." As they walked back down the hill together, Michael noticed other figures moving among the trees at the edge of the property, the same ones he'd seen from the window last night. In the light of day, he could see them more clearly. Men and women in clothing from different eras, all bearing the distinctive Coleman features. The dead, returning to the family homestead one last time before he departed. At the house, the living family members were stirring, the smell of coffee and breakfast filling the air. Michael found Lisa and Emma in the kitchen with his mother and grandmother, everyone acting normally, as if the revelations of the early morning had never occurred. "There you are," Lisa exclaimed. "Your mom said you went for a walk. Everything okay?" Michael glanced at his grandmother, who watched him with knowing eyes. "Everything's fine," he assured Lisa. "Just wanted some air before the drive back." The remaining hours of their visit passed in a blur of farewells and promises to keep in touch. Michael noticed now how carefully the living and dead family members interacted, how seamlessly they maintained the illusion of normality for those not privy to the secret. He wondered how many other spouses like Lisa had visited the Coleman homestead over the centuries, never realizing they were dining with the dead. As they prepared to leave, Michael's grandmother took him aside for a final private word. "You've made your choice then?" she asked, though it wasn't really a question. Michael nodded. "I can't leave them, Grandma. I won't." "I understand," she said, patting his cheek affectionately. "Your grandfather made the same choice, you know, left the valley to be with me. I never knew about any of this until after he passed." This surprised Michael. "Grandpa didn't drink from the spring." "No," she said softly. "He chose a normal life, a normal death, and when he died, he was truly gone. That's the trade-off. Those who leave don't get to come back, not even as Thomas and the others do." "Then how are you—" Michael began, confused. "I was born a Wilson, not a Coleman," she reminded him. "After your grandfather died, I learned about the spring from your father. As a widow who had married into the family, I was given a choice of my own. I chose to stay to drink from the spring." She smiled sadly. "I sometimes wonder if I made the right decision. Your grandfather is forever beyond my reach now." Michael embraced his grandmother, suddenly understanding the weight she had carried all these years. "I'm sorry I won't see you again," he whispered. "You may not remember me clearly, but I'll remember you," she promised. "And perhaps someday, Emma will find her way back to the valley. The Coleman blood has a way of calling its own home eventually." As their car pulled away from the homestead, Michael looked back at the assembled family on the porch. The living and the dead stood together, waving goodbye. His mother and the aunts and uncles he had always known, alongside Thomas, Sarah, William, James, and others, whose names he had already begun to forget. By the time they reached the main road, the specifics of his early morning conversation were growing hazy in his mind. By the time they crossed the county line, he was struggling to recall the names of the relatives he had met. And by the time they reached Nashville that evening, the Coleman homestead had become simply a pleasant family gathering in his memory, notable only for his grandmother's remarkable vitality at 90. 2 weeks later, a small package arrived at Michael's Nashville home. Inside was an old-fashioned photo album filled with Coleman family photographs spanning generations. A note in his grandmother's handwriting read simply, "So you won't entirely forget." Michael flipped through the album with interest, though many of the faces seemed unfamiliar now. On the final page was a recent photo from the birthday celebration, the entire family gathered on the porch of the homestead. Michael studied it carefully, counting the figures in the image. Something seemed off about the numbers. There were empty spaces where people should have been standing, gaps in the family grouping that made no sense compositionally. And at the edge of the photo, barely visible, was a strange blurring effect, as if several people had moved during the exposure. For a moment, Michael had the unsettling feeling that something or someone was missing from the image. Faces that should have been there but weren't. Then the sensation passed, and it was just a family photo like any other. He closed the album and placed it on the bookshelf in his study, where it would remain largely forgotten for years until, one day, his daughter Emma would discover it and feel an inexplicable pull toward the misty mountains of her father's youth. And in the family cemetery on the hill behind the Coleman homestead, a new headstone had appeared beside all the others, though no burial had taken place. It read simply, "Michael Coleman, 1988, The Departed." The hunting trail Robert Jenkins had been hunting the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia since he was old enough to hold his father's .22 rifle. Now, at 45, with over 3 decades of experience tracking deer through these ancient forests, he considered himself something of an expert on the region's wilderness. He knew every ridge and hollow within 50 miles of his home in Bedford County, or so he thought until this hunting trip. The coordinates had come from his old friend Marcus, a wildlife biologist with the State Conservation Department. "Got a tip about an untouched area," Marcus had told him over beers at their local tavern. "Real pristine valley that somehow got skipped in all the surveys. GPS puts it about 15 miles north of Peaks of Otter, but there's no trail access. You'd have to go in on foot." Robert had been intrigued. Undocumented wilderness was rare these days, especially in a region as thoroughly mapped as the Blue Ridge. "Any particular reason it's not on the maps?" he'd asked. Marcus had shrugged. "Some surveying oversight from the 1950s that never got corrected. Place has a weird reputation with the locals. They call it Lost Valley. Say the deer there grow bigger than anywhere else in Virginia." That had been enough to pique Robert's interest. After 28 consecutive hunting seasons, the challenge of tracking truly wild deer in unexplored territory held immense appeal. So here he was, 3 weeks later, his truck parked at an unmarked Forest Service fire road, preparing for a 3-day solo hunting trip into territory that didn't officially exist. The October morning was crisp and clear, the kind of perfect fall day that reminded Robert why he loved these mountains. Frost sparkled on fallen leaves as he checked his equipment one final time. Rifle, ammunition, hunting knife, compass, GPS unit, tent, sleeping bag, provisions, emergency medical kit, and satellite phone. The last item was a concession to his wife Karen's concerns about him hunting alone in unfamiliar territory. "I'll be fine," he'd assured her. 3 days, in and out. If I haven't called by sunset on Thursday, you can send the cavalry." Karen had kissed him goodbye with the resigned expression of a woman who had long ago accepted her husband's need for periodic communion with the wilderness. "Just come back in one piece, and with venison if possible. That freezer won't fill itself." Robert smiled at the memory as he shouldered his pack and rifle. According to Marcus's coordinates, Lost Valley lay about 7 miles northwest of his current position, requiring him to traverse several ridgelines before descending into the hidden depression between mountains. With the methodical precision that characterized his approach to hunting, Robert set out along a faint game trail that pointed in the right direction. The first few hours of hiking were uneventful. The trail gradually faded, forcing Robert to navigate by compass and GPS through increasingly dense forest. By midday, he had crossed 2 ridgelines and paused for a brief lunch on a rocky outcrop that offered a spectacular view of the surrounding wilderness. Waves of mountains stretched to the horizon, their slopes ablaze with autumn colors, crimson maples, golden hickories, russet oaks. As Robert sat eating his sandwich, he scanned the landscape with practiced eyes. The third ridge, the one that supposedly hid Lost Valley on its far side, looked different from the others. Its vegetation appeared darker, more primeval somehow, with fewer deciduous trees and more ancient hemlocks and pines. Even from a distance, there was something unsettling about it, though Robert couldn't quite articulate why. Finishing his meal, he checked his GPS unit. Marcus's coordinates indicated Lost Valley lay just beyond that third ridge. If he maintained his current pace, he should reach the valley floor with enough daylight left to set up camp. The descent from his lunch spot was steep, forcing Robert to pick his way carefully through moss-covered boulders and fallen trees. As he reached the base of the second ridge and began climbing the third, he noticed the forest changing around him. The familiar mixed hardwood ecosystem of the Blue Ridge gave way to something that felt older, denser, more primordial. Ancient hemlocks towered overhead, blocking much of the sunlight. The forest floor was covered not with the typical leaf litter, but with thick carpets of moss and ferns that seemed too lush for late October. Strange fungi grew from rotting logs, colors and shapes Robert had never encountered in all his years in these mountains. The air felt different too, heavier somehow, carrying scents that were at once familiar and alien. Decay and growth, earth and something else, something he couldn't identify. Robert paused, suddenly aware of the silence. In a normal Blue Ridge forest, even in autumn there would be sounds, birds calling, squirrels chattering, the rustle of small creatures in the undergrowth. Here there was nothing but the sound of his own breathing and the occasional creak of ancient trees in the slight breeze. Just a different microclimate, he murmured to himself, pushing aside a nagging sense of unease. Robert wasn't a superstitious man. As a mechanical engineer by profession, he believed in rational explanations for natural phenomena. This valley might have unusual features due to its geography, but there would be nothing supernatural about it. As he crested the final ridge, Robert got his first view of Lost Valley. The depression between mountains was larger than he had expected, stretching perhaps 3 miles long and a mile wide. From his elevated vantage point, he could see that the valley floor was predominantly open meadow, with several small streams converging into a central creek that wound through the center. Stands of ancient trees clustered at the edges and in isolated groves throughout the valley. It was, without question, a hunter's paradise. Even from this distance, Robert could see movement in the meadows, deer grazing in numbers that seemed improbable for such a limited area. And they were large, just as Marcus had said. Through his binoculars, he identified several bucks with racks that would qualify for record books. "Well, I'll be damned," he whispered, a smile spreading across his face. Marcus wasn't exaggerating for once. The descent into the valley took longer than expected. The slope was treacherous, with loose shale that shifted underfoot and thick undergrowth that seemed almost deliberately tangled. By the time Robert reached level ground, the sun was already low in the western sky, casting long shadows across the valley floor. He selected a campsite near the edge of the forest, close enough to a stream for water, but with a clear view of the meadow where he had spotted the deer. With practiced efficiency, he set up his small tent, gathered firewood and prepared a simple dinner as darkness fell. The night was unusually dark. Cloud cover had moved in, obscuring stars and moon alike. Robert sat by his small fire, finishing the last of his coffee and planning the next day's hunt. He would rise before dawn, position himself downwind from where he had seen the deer grazing, and wait. With luck, He'd have his buck before noon and could spend the remainder of his trip exploring this remarkable valley. As he was about to turn in, Robert noticed something odd at the edge of his campsite. The firelight revealed a set of tracks in the soft earth. Large tracks unlike any deer or bear print he had ever seen. They resembled enormous canine paws, but were too large for any wolf or coyote, spanning nearly 8 inches across. More disturbing was their pattern, which suggested the creature had circled his campsite completely, approaching to within a few yards of where he now sat. Feral dog, maybe, Robert muttered, though he didn't believe it. No dog made prints that size. He added more wood to his fire, suddenly eager for its light and warmth, and checked that his rifle was within easy reach before crawling into his tent. Sleep came fitfully, interrupted by dreams of being watched by unseen eyes from the forest edge. Several times Robert woke to the sound of movement outside. Heavy footfalls circling his camp, branches breaking, an occasional low sound that was neither growl nor whine, but something in between. Each time he gripped his rifle and listened intently, but whatever was out there never approached the firelight. Dawn brought relief from the unsettling night. Robert emerged from his tent to find the fire reduced to embers and the valley veiled in thick morning mist. The strange tracks remained, now joined by others that created a bewildering pattern around his campsite. Whatever had made them had spent considerable time circling his position during the night. Just an animal checking out an intruder, he told himself, but a lifetime in these mountains had taught him that animals rarely waste energy on prolonged curiosity. They either fled from humans or very occasionally confronted them directly. This methodical circling suggested something else: intelligence, assessment, planning. Robert forced himself to focus on the hunt. After a quick breakfast, he gathered his essential gear, rifle, ammunition, water, a few energy bars, and headed toward the area where he had spotted deer the previous evening. The mist was beginning to lift as he positioned himself in a small depression that offered both concealment and a clear line of sight across the meadow. For 2 hours, Robert waited with the patience that only experienced hunters develop. As the sun rose higher, burning away the last of the mist, the meadow revealed itself in all its strange beauty. The grass was unlike any he had seen in Virginia, taller, more lush, with an almost bluish tint. Wildflowers that should have finished blooming weeks ago grew in vibrant patches throughout the field. It was as if this valley existed in its own time, following different seasonal patterns than the surrounding mountains. Movement at the meadow's edge caught his attention. A magnificent buck emerged from the forest, cautiously testing the air before stepping fully into the open. Even at this distance, Robert could see it was exceptional, a 12-point rack that rose like a crown above its massive head. The animal was larger than any white-tailed deer he had ever encountered, its muscular body suggesting a weight of well over 300 pounds. Robert raised his rifle, centering the scope's crosshairs on the buck's chest, just behind the shoulder. His finger rested lightly on the trigger as he controlled his breathing, preparing for the shot. The buck was about 175 yards away, a challenging distance but well within Robert's capabilities. Just as he was about to squeeze the trigger, something odd happened. The buck's head snapped up, its entire body tensing, but it wasn't looking in Robert's direction. Instead, its attention was fixed on something at the opposite forest edge. Before Robert could process this, the buck bolted, racing across the meadow with a speed that seemed impossible for its size. Robert swung his rifle, tracking the fleeing animal, but before he could reacquire his aim, he glimpsed what had spooked the deer. Something large moved at the forest edge, a dark shape that seemed to flow rather than run along the tree line. It was following the deer's path but staying within the shadows of the forest. Lowering his rifle, Robert watched in astonishment as the buck disappeared into the trees, with the unknown predator in pursuit. Whatever was chasing the deer moved with uncanny speed, keeping pace with an animal that should have outrun any natural predator in these mountains. "What the hell was that?" Robert whispered. The shape had been too large for a coyote, too fast and agile for a bear. For a wild moment he considered the possibility of a mountain lion, though they had been officially extinct in Virginia for nearly a century. The hunt forgotten, Robert found himself drawn toward the point where the strange predator had disappeared into the forest. Professional curiosity overrode caution. As an avid naturalist and lifelong hunter, he wanted to identify this unknown creature. Following the edge of the meadow, Robert moved cautiously toward the section of forest where he had seen the shape disappear. The ground here told a story. The deep impressions of the buck's hooves showed where it had fled at full speed, and alongside them were the same large, canine-like prints he had found around his campsite. The tracks led into the forest, following what appeared to be a game trail. Robert hesitated only briefly before continuing his pursuit. If there was an unidentified predator in these mountains, documenting it could be far more significant than bagging a trophy buck. The trail wound deeper into the forest, through stands of ancient trees that had likely been old when European settlers first arrived in Virginia. Robert moved as quietly as his hunting experience allowed, pausing frequently to listen and observe. The tracks remained clear, the deer fleeing the unknown predator in pursuit. After about half a mile, the trail opened into a small clearing. Robert stopped abruptly at its edge, instinctively dropping into a crouch. In the center of the clearing lay the remains of the buck, or what was left of it. The carcass had been torn apart with savage efficiency, ribs splayed open, internal organs removed, limbs disarticulated from the torso. It was a level of destruction that went beyond normal predation. More disturbing than the carcass itself was the deliberate arrangement of the remains. The buck's impressive rack had been removed intact and placed at the head of the carcass. Various bones had been positioned in patterns that suggested purpose, rather than the random scattering of a feeding predator. "This isn't right," Robert muttered, raising his rifle as he scanned the clearing. No natural predator arranged its kills like this. The scene suggested human involvement, yet the tracks leading to and from the clearing were clearly not human. As he studied the grisly tableau, Robert became aware of a subtle change in the forest atmosphere. The silence that had seemed merely unusual before now felt oppressive, watchful. The hairs on the back of his neck rose as an instinct older than rational thought whispered that he was being observed. Slowly, Robert turned, scanning the forest edge. At first, he saw nothing unusual, just trees, undergrowth, the dappled patterns of sunlight filtering through the canopy. Then a slight movement caught his eye, a shifting of shadow that didn't match the swaying of branches in the light breeze. There, partially concealed behind a massive hemlock trunk, stood something that defied immediate classification. It was roughly humanoid in shape, but too tall, at least 7 feet in height, and proportioned wrongly. Its limbs were too long, too jointed, and covered in what appeared to be dark, matted fur. The head was the most unsettling feature, elongated like a wolf's muzzle, but with eyes set forward like a primate's, eyes that reflected the filtered sunlight with an amber glow. Robert's rifle came up automatically, years of hunting creating a reflexive response to potential threat. The creature didn't move, continuing to observe him with an unnerving stillness that suggested calculation rather than fear. "What the hell are you?" Robert whispered, his finger tightening on the trigger. The creature tilted its head slightly, a gesture so human-like that it sent a chill through Robert's body. For a brief, impossible moment, he had the distinct impression that it had understood his question and was considering a response. Instead, it made a sound, a low, rumbling vocalization that was neither growl nor speech, but something unsettlingly between the two. Then, with a fluidity that belied its awkward proportions, it melted back into the forest and was gone. Robert remained frozen, rifle still raised, heart hammering in his chest. His rational mind scrambled for explanations. A bear with mange, an unusually large coyote, a misidentification caused by tricks of light and shadow. But none of these explanations aligned with what he had just witnessed. The strange vocalization had left him with an overwhelming urge to leave this place immediately. Something primal in his hindbrain recognized a predator higher on the food chain than himself, something that this isolated valley had kept hidden from the modern world. With one last glance at the arranged remains of the buck, Robert began backing away from the clearing, keeping his rifle ready. He would return to his campsite, pack up, and leave. The trophy buck no longer mattered. He just wanted to get back to the normal world where predators behaved according to predictable patterns, and forests didn't feel like they were watching you. The journey back to his camp seemed longer than it should have. The forest around him transformed from a familiar environment to something alien and threatening. Every shadow might conceal one of those creatures. Every sound, the creak of branches, The rustle of leaves might signal their approach. When Robert finally emerged from the forest edge to see his small tent still standing by the stream, relief washed over him. He would pack quickly, hike out before dusk, and put this strange valley behind him. He could reach his truck before full dark if he moved efficiently. But as he approached his campsite, Robert stopped short. Something was wrong. The area around his tent had been disturbed, equipment scattered, his backpack torn open, contents strewn across the ground. His first thought was bears, but this wasn't typical bear behavior. The destruction seemed more deliberate, more thorough. Approaching cautiously, rifle ready, Robert surveyed the damage. His tent remained intact, but nearly everything else had been examined and discarded. Food packages torn open, clothing unfolded and spread out, his map and notebook flipped through page by page. Most concerning was his satellite phone, which lay in pieces, deliberately disassembled rather than simply damaged. Intelligent, Robert murmured, a cold weight settling in his stomach. Too damn intelligent. Whatever had destroyed his camp had shown curiosity about his possessions, methodically examining each item before moving to the next. But the destruction of his satellite phone suggested something beyond curiosity, a deliberate attempt to prevent communication. Robert checked his watch. It was just past noon. He had at least 6 hours of daylight left, enough time to hike out if he left immediately. Abandoning the scattered equipment, he grabbed only essentials, his rifle, remaining ammunition, water, compass, and GPS unit. The rest could be replaced. As he shouldered his rifle and turned to leave, movement across the meadow caught his eye. 3 dark figures stood at the forest edge, their forms unmistakably similar to the creature he had seen earlier. They were watching him, making no attempt to conceal themselves now. Robert raised his binoculars for a better look, his hands surprisingly steady despite his racing heart. Through the magnified lenses, he could see details that had been obscured in his earlier encounter. The creatures were indeed bipedal, their bodies covered in dark fur that seemed to shift between brown and black, depending on how the light hit it. Their faces combined canine and primate features in a way that should have been comical, but was instead deeply unsettling. And their eyes, intelligent, aware, calculating, were fixed directly on him. As he watched, more figures emerged from the forest, until at least 7 of the creatures stood in a loose semicircle at the meadow's edge. They made no move to approach, but their message was clear. They were aware of him, they were organized, and they were many. Robert's mind raced through options. He could try to hike out, following his original route over the ridge, but that would mean turning his back on the creatures and potentially being pursued through unfamiliar terrain. He could stand his ground, using his rifle if they approached, but his ammunition was limited and their numbers concerning. Or he could try a third option, communication. If these creatures possessed the intelligence their behavior suggested, perhaps some form of understanding could be reached. Slowly, deliberately, Robert laid his rifle on the ground at his feet, still within reach but no longer threatening. He raised his empty hands, palms forward, in what he hoped was a universal gesture of non-aggression. For several tense moments, nothing happened. The creatures remained at the forest edge, watching. Then one figure, larger than the others and darker in coloration, took 2 steps forward into the meadow. It made the same rumbling vocalization Robert had heard earlier, but now the sound seemed to contain patterns, cadences that suggested language rather than animal calls. Robert remained motionless, hands still raised, as the lead creature continued its advance. It stopped about 50 yards away, close enough for Robert to see the powerful muscles shifting beneath its fur, the sharp teeth visible when it vocalized, the unsettling intelligence in its amber eyes. The creature raised one long-fingered hand, mimicking Robert's gesture. Then, with deliberate movements, it bent and placed something on the ground before straightening again. Robert slowly lowered one hand to retrieve his binoculars, raising them to see what the creature had deposited. Through the lenses, he could make out a small, dark object. It took him a moment to recognize it as a stone tool, a blade napped from obsidian with a precision that spoke of skill and practice. The message seemed clear. I too make tools. I too am a thinking being. Robert felt a profound shift in his understanding of the situation. These weren't simply unknown predators. They were intelligent creatures with their own society, their own tools, their own form of communication. And this valley was their territory, had been perhaps for thousands of years. Lowering the binoculars, Robert considered his response. After a moment's thought, he reached into his pocket and withdrew his hunting knife, a high-quality fixed blade with a polished steel edge. Slowly, he bent and placed it on the ground before him, mirroring the creature's action. The lead creature's reaction was immediate, a series of vocalizations directed at its companions, who responded with similar sounds. Robert couldn't understand the meaning, but the tone suggested excitement or surprise. The large creature approached again, moving with the fluid grace that belied its awkward-seeming proportions. It stopped about 30 yards away, still a safe distance but close enough that no magnification was needed to see it clearly. Again, it made that rumbling, patterned sound, but now it accompanied the vocalization with gestures, pointing at Robert, then at the ridge over which he had entered the valley, then making a sweeping motion away. The meaning was unmistakable. Leave. Go back where you came from. Robert nodded slowly, understanding. I'm going, he said aloud, knowing the words wouldn't be understood, but hoping the tone would convey his intention. I'm leaving your valley. He bent to retrieve his rifle, movements slow and telegraphed. The creature tensed but didn't retreat. Robert straightened, holding the rifle pointed at the ground, and took a step backward, then another, beginning to move toward the ridge that would lead him out of the valley. The creature remained where it was, watching his retreat. The others at the forest edge began to disperse, melting back into the shadows as if satisfied that the intruder was departing. Robert maintained his backward progress until he reached the base of the ridge. Only then did he turn, beginning the steep climb that would take him away from Lost Valley and its inhabitants. He didn't look back until he reached the crest, and when he did, the valley floor appeared empty. No sign of the creatures or their passage. The return journey passed in a blur of adrenaline and hypervigilance. Robert pushed himself hard, pausing only when absolutely necessary, determined to reach his truck before nightfall. The forest seemed to let him go, the oppressive silence lifting as he put distance between himself and the valley. By the time he crossed the second ridge, he could hear normal forest sounds again. Birds calling, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. The sun was setting when Robert finally reached his truck, parked where he had left it at the unmarked Forest Service road. He stowed his rifle, climbed into the cab and sat for a moment, hands trembling slightly as the full impact of his experience began to register. What had he encountered in that valley? Some unknown species that had somehow remained hidden from science. A relic population of something thought extinct, or something else entirely, something that defied easy classification. Robert started the engine, eager now to return to the familiar world of home, family, modern conveniences. As he pulled onto the main road, he checked his cell phone, which had regained signal once he left the deep forest. 3 missed calls from Karen, increasingly concerned about why he hadn't checked in via the satellite phone. He would have to explain his early return, the loss of his equipment, the lack of communication. But what would he tell her, or anyone, about what he had seen? Who would believe an account of intelligent, tool-using creatures living undetected in the Virginia mountains? As the miles between him and Lost Valley increased, Robert found himself questioning his own experiences. Had he really seen what he thought he saw? Or had isolation, stress, and perhaps oxygen deprivation at higher elevations created a vivid hallucination? Yet the memory of those amber eyes remained sharp, the intelligence in them, the calculated assessment. And his hunting knife was indeed gone, left behind as an exchange with something that recognized the significance of tool sharing. By the time Robert reached his driveway, he had decided to keep the full story to himself. He would tell Karen and friends that he'd had equipment problems and decided to cut the trip short. The strange valley and its inhabitants would remain his secret. Karen met him at the door, relief and mild annoyance competing in her expression. "You had me worried sick," she said as she embraced him. "What happened to the satellite phone?" "Dropped it in a stream," Robert lied, the first of many untruths he would tell about this trip. Decided it wasn't worth continuing without a way to communicate. Later that night, as Karen slept beside him, Robert sat at his computer, searching scientific databases and cryptozoology forums alike for any reports resembling what he had witnessed. He found nothing conclusive. Occasional vague stories about wolfmen in the Appalachians, a few blurry photos easily dismissed as hoaxes, but nothing that matched the creatures of Lost Valley. Over the following weeks, Robert considered sharing his discovery with authorities, scientists, or at least with Marcus, who had given him the coordinates. But each time he came close to reaching out, he remembered the creature's clear message: leave. This valley is ours. Who was he to betray that understanding? If these beings had managed to remain hidden for centuries, perhaps even millennia, didn't they deserve their continued privacy? What would human intrusion bring but study, exploitation, and eventually destruction? Robert never returned to Lost Valley, though he often thought about it. Sometimes, on sleepless nights, he would pull up satellite imagery of the Blue Ridge Mountains, searching for that hidden depression between ridges. Curiously, it never appeared clearly on any map or image, always obscured by scanning errors or convenient cloud cover. The only tangible evidence of his encounter was a small obsidian blade, carefully wrapped and hidden in his gun safe. Sometimes he would take it out, feeling its impossibly sharp edge, marveling at the skill required to create such a tool. It was proof, to himself at least, that he hadn't imagined the entire experience. 3 years later, Robert received an unexpected email from Marcus. His friend had been surveying bear populations in the remote sections of the Blue Ridge and had come across unusual tracks, like nothing I've ever seen before, the email read. Almost canine, but way too large. Found them in that same area I told you about a few years back. Did you ever make it out there? Robert stared at the message for a long time before typing a brief reply. Never found the place. Maps must have been off. Probably just a large bear with deformed paws. Wouldn't waste time investigating further. After sending the response, Robert deleted the email and emptied his trash folder. Then he went to his gun safe and took out the obsidian blade, turning it over in his hands one last time before carefully rewrapping it. Some discoveries, he had decided, were best left unmade. Some territories should remain unexplored. And sometimes, the most profound respect one intelligent species could show another was simply to acknowledge boundaries and honor them. But on autumn nights when the wind blew from the mountains, Robert would sometimes find himself standing on his back porch, looking toward the distant ridgelines of the Blue Ridge, wondering if amber eyes were looking back, watching, waiting, remembering the human who had entered their domain and, unlike so many of his kind, had the wisdom to leave it undisturbed. Roadside assistance. Emily Taylor had been on the road for nearly 14 hours, her compact sedan loaded with medical textbooks, scrubs, and the other essentials of her life as a traveling nurse. The windshield wipers fought a losing battle against the torrential rain as she navigated the winding mountain roads of western North Carolina. Her GPS had stopped working an hour ago, shortly after she'd turned off the main highway onto what the device had promised was a shortcut through the Blue Ridge Mountains. Some shortcut, Emily muttered, peering through the rain-streaked windshield at the barely visible road ahead. The narrow two-lane blacktop snaked through dense forest, with steep drops visible on one side and sheer rock faces on the other. No streetlights, no reflective markers, not even a guardrail separated the asphalt from the abyss beyond. At 31, Emily had spent the last 5 years as a traveling nurse, moving from hospital to hospital across the southeastern United States, filling critical staffing gaps in rural facilities. Tomorrow she was due to begin a 3-month contract at a small hospital in Asheville, replacing a nurse on maternity leave, if she ever made it there. The dashboard clock read 11:37 p.m. Emily had planned to reach Asheville by 9:00, check into her extended stay hotel, and get a good night's sleep before orientation. Instead, she was lost in the mountains during what the radio was calling the worst storm system to hit the region in a decade. A flash of lightning illuminated the landscape, revealing how truly isolated she was. No houses, no side roads, nothing but primal forest pressing in from all sides. The subsequent thunder was so loud it seemed to shake the car, and Emily flinched involuntarily, her hands tightening on the steering wheel. Just stay on the road, she told herself. It has to lead somewhere eventually. As if in direct response to her words, the car's engine made a sputtering sound, followed by a series of alarming clicks. The dashboard lights flickered, and the vehicle began to lose power. "No, no, no!" Emily pleaded, pumping the gas pedal frantically. "Don't do this to me. Not here, not now." But the car was beyond negotiation. The engine died completely, and momentum carried the vehicle forward a few more yards before it rolled to a stop in the middle of the empty road. Emily turned the key several times, but the engine wouldn't even turn over. Just a hollow clicking sound that spoke of a completely dead battery or something worse. "Perfect," she sighed, resting her forehead against the steering wheel for a moment. Then, gathering herself, she reached for her cell phone. As expected, there was no signal, not even a single bar. She was truly on her own. Emily weighed her options. She could stay with the car and hope someone drove by, but on this isolated mountain road in the middle of the night during a storm, that seemed unlikely. She could try to walk for help, but without knowing how far the nearest town might be, that could be even more dangerous than staying put. A particularly violent gust of wind rocked the car, and rain hammered against the roof like thousands of tiny fists. Through the downpour, Emily noticed something she hadn't seen before, a faint glow in the distance, perhaps half a mile ahead. Lights meant civilization, a house, a store, or maybe even a gas station. Decision made, Emily pulled her raincoat from the back seat and rummaged in the glove compartment for the small emergency flashlight she kept there. She would walk to the lights, see if there was a phone she could use, maybe even find someone who could help with her car. Stepping out into the storm was like entering a different world. The rain was cold and relentless, driven by wind that seemed to come from all directions at once. Emily's flashlight cut a pathetic beam through the darkness as she began walking toward the distant glow, staying as close to the edge of the road as she dared. The journey seemed to take forever. The rain soaked through her raincoat within minutes, and her shoes squelched with each step. Several times she nearly lost her footing on the slick asphalt, but gradually the glow ahead resolved into distinct lights, and as Emily rounded a bend in the road, she saw what appeared to be a gas station, an old-fashioned one with a small convenience store attached. "Thank God," she breathed, quickening her pace. As she drew closer, details emerged through the rain. The gas station had seen better days. Its once bright signage was faded, and only one of the two pumps appeared functional. But light shone warmly through the windows of the attached store, and Emily could make out a figure moving inside, an attendant, hopefully with a phone she could use. The bell above the door jingled as Emily entered, bringing blessed relief from the storm. The interior was surprisingly warm and dry, with the distinctive smell of coffee, motor oil, and the slightly musty scent common to rural convenience stores. A middle-aged man stood behind the counter, reading a newspaper that looked oddly vintage. He glanced up as she entered, seemingly unsurprised by a drenched woman appearing in the middle of the night. "Evening," he said, folding his newspaper. "Bad night to be out." "My car broke down about half a mile back," Emily explained, water dripping from her coat onto the linoleum floor. "Battery died, I think. Do you have a phone I could use? My cell doesn't have service." The attendant, his name tag read Earl, nodded toward an old rotary phone mounted on the wall near the restrooms. "Help yourself. Not sure who you're going to call at this hour, though." "Thank you," Emily said, relief washing over her. "Is there a towing service nearby, or maybe a mechanic who could look at my car in the morning?" Earl scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Hank might be able to help. He's got a tow truck, lives just up the road a piece." Emily nodded gratefully and moved to the phone. As she lifted the receiver, she noticed something odd. The phone cord was frayed near the base, with several wires exposed. It looked like it hadn't worked in years. Yet when she put the receiver to her ear, she heard a dial tone. Brushing aside her confusion, Emily dialed the number for roadside assistance provided by her insurance company. The line rang several times before a recorded message informed her that all agents were busy, and her call would be answered in the order it was received. Estimated wait time, 45 minutes. Emily hung up with a sigh and returned to the counter. "Looks like I'm stuck for a while. Would it be okay if I waited here until I can get through to roadside assistance?" "Fine by me," Earl replied. "Coffee's fresh if you want some. $1.50 a cup." "That would be wonderful, thank you," Emily said, reaching for her wallet. As she did, she noticed another customer in the store, a tall, thin man browsing the snack aisle. She hadn't seen him when she entered. though the store was small enough that she should have. Earl poured coffee into a styrofoam cup and pushed it across the counter. Emily handed him $2 bills, which he tucked into an ancient cash register without offering change. Taking her coffee, Emily found a small table near the window where she could watch the storm while waiting for roadside assistance to pick up. The coffee was surprisingly good, rich and strong, exactly what she needed after her ordeal. As she sipped, Emily took in more details about the store. The products on the shelves seemed oddly dated, brands she remembered from childhood but hadn't seen in years, packages with designs that looked straight out of the 1980s. Even the magazines in the rack by the counter featured celebrities who hadn't been relevant in decades. The man in the snack aisle finally selected a bag of chips and approached the counter. Like Earl, he seemed unbothered by the storm or the lateness of the hour. He paid for his purchase and took a seat at another small table, opening his chips with a distinctive pop of the bag. Emily was about to return her attention to the window when she noticed something strange about the man. His clothes, a flannel shirt and jeans, were completely dry. Not just dry, but pristine, as if he'd just put them on. Yet he hadn't been in the store when she arrived, which meant he must have come in from the storm just as she had. A chill that had nothing to do with her wet clothes ran down Emily's spine. She looked more carefully at Earl, realizing that he too seemed unnaturally tidy for someone working in a remote gas station during a midnight storm. Emily took another sip of her coffee, trying to calm her suddenly racing heart. She was being paranoid, letting the stress of the situation get to her. The man had probably arrived earlier and was waiting out the storm, just as she was. And Earl. Well, maybe he was just meticulous about his appearance. The bell above the door jingled again, and Emily turned to see an elderly couple enter. Like the man with the chips, they were completely dry despite the downpour outside. The woman wore a floral dress that might have been fashionable in the 1970s, and the man was dressed in slacks and a button-up shirt with a sweater vest. "Evening, Earl," the old man said cheerfully. "Thought we'd stop in for some of your coffee. Terrible night to be driving." "Pot's fresh, George," Earl replied. "Your usual." The elderly couple nodded and took seats at yet another small table. Emily hadn't noticed so many tables when she first entered. It had seemed like a typical convenience store layout. But now the space felt larger, more like a small diner than a gas station shop. Emily returned to the phone, needing to hear a voice from the outside world. The insurance company's hold music was still playing, but somehow the sound quality had degraded, becoming staticky and distant. As she waited on hold, Emily noticed more customers arriving. Each entered without the sound of the storm following them in, each perfectly dry, each greeted by Earl as if expected. Within 20 minutes, the store was half full of people quietly drinking coffee, eating snacks, or simply sitting and staring into space. None of them looked directly at Emily. The hold music on the phone suddenly cut out, replaced by silence. Emily waited a moment, then said, "Hello? Is anyone there?" No response came, and when she pulled the receiver away to look at it, she saw that the frayed cord had come completely disconnected from the base. Yet she had heard a dial tone. She had heard hold music. Emily replaced the receiver with a shaking hand and returned to her table, trying to make sense of what was happening. The coffee in her cup had cooled, but remained at exactly the same level as before, despite the several sips she'd taken. Looking around more carefully now, Emily began to notice other discrepancies. The clock on the wall hadn't moved since she arrived. The rain outside fell in an oddly repetitive pattern, like a short loop of animation. And most disturbing of all, the other customers occasionally seemed to glitch. Movements repeated, phrases echoed, as if they were running on some kind of script. The elderly woman turned to her husband and said, "Do you think we should head home soon, dear? It's getting late." The man replied, "Just finish your coffee, Martha, no rush." 2 minutes later, the exact same exchange occurred, word for word, with identical intonation. Emily's mouth went dry. She stood abruptly, drawing several pairs of eyes to her for the first time. "I need to use the restroom," she announced to no one in particular, needing a moment alone to collect her thoughts. Earl pointed toward a door at the back of the store. "Right through there, miss." The restroom was clean but dated, with avocado green fixtures that hadn't been manufactured since the 1970s. Emily splashed water on her face and stared at her reflection in the spotless mirror. Her own face looked back at her, pale with fear but undeniably real. "Get a grip," she whispered to herself. "There's a rational explanation for all of this." But as she dried her hands on a rough paper towel, Emily couldn't suppress the growing certainty that something was very wrong with this place. It felt like she had stepped into a bubble outside normal reality, a pocket where time moved differently, where things repeated, where nothing quite connected to the world she knew. Taking a deep breath, Emily returned to the main room with a plan. She would thank Earl for his hospitality, say she needed to check on her car, and leave. Once outside, she would run, back to her car, back to the main road, back to anywhere but here. But as she emerged from the restroom, Emily froze. The store had changed again. Now it was fully occupied, every table taken by quietly conversing patrons. Their faces were distinct, but somehow generic, like background characters in a dream. And though they all appeared to be eating and drinking, none of the food or beverages ever seemed to diminish. Earl still stood behind the counter, endlessly wiping the same spot with a cloth. He looked up as Emily approached, his face pleasant but empty of genuine emotion. "Is there something else I can help you with, miss?" he asked, the same intonation as before. "I think I should be going," Emily said, trying to keep her voice steady. "I need to check on my car." "In this storm?" Earl looked concerned, though the expression didn't quite reach his eyes. "Wouldn't recommend that. Why not wait until it passes? Have another cup of coffee, on the house this time." As if to emphasize his point, the thunder outside grew louder and the rain seemed to intensify. Through the window, Emily could see that visibility had dropped to nearly zero. "That's very kind. But I really should go," she insisted, moving toward the door. As her hand touched the handle, the elderly woman, Martha, called out, "You can't leave now, dear. It's not safe out there." Emily turned to find every face in the store looking at her. Their expressions were solicitous, concerned, but their eyes were empty, like doll's eyes reflecting light but containing nothing behind them. "I'll be fine," Emily said, pulling the door open. But instead of the parking lot and the storm, the doorway revealed only an impenetrable darkness. Not night, but a complete absence of anything at all. Emily stepped back, letting the door swing shut. Her heart was pounding so hard she could feel it in her throat. "What is this place?" she demanded, turning to face the room. "What's happening here?" For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Earl sighed, setting down his cloth. "We were hoping you wouldn't notice so quickly." "Most don't, not for hours. Some never do." "Notice what?" Emily asked, though part of her already knew the answer. "That you're not going anywhere," the chip-eating man said, his voice flat. "None of us are." The elderly man, George, nodded sadly. "We all stopped here during storms. Different storms, different nights, different years. But once you stop at Earl's during a bad enough storm, well," he gestured vaguely around the store, "you tend to stay." Emily's mind raced, trying to process what she was hearing. "Are you saying you're trapped here, all of you?" "Trapped is such a negative word," Earl said, his perpetual smile never wavering. "We prefer to think of it as permanent residence. This place exists in a sort of fold in reality. Time doesn't work quite right here." "How long have you all been here?" Emily asked, looking around at the other patrons. Martha smiled gently. "George and I stopped for coffee in 1976, just passing through on our way to our daughter's college graduation." "1992 for me," said the chip-eating man. "Motorcycle broke down in the rain. Thought I'd wait it out." Others chimed in, 1983, 2001, 1968, 2015. Different years, different decades, but all brought to this same liminal space, this gas station that wasn't really a gas station at all. "And you?" Emily asked Earl. "How long have you been here?" Earl's smile faltered slightly. "I don't rightly remember anymore. Long enough that I've taken to playing the role of proprietor. Gives me something to do." Emily's back was pressed against the door, her mind frantically searching for escape routes. "This isn't possible. Places don't just trap people outside of time." "Most places don't," Earl agreed. "But this stretch of road isn't like most places. The locals have stories about it going back generations. They say it was sacred to the Cherokee who lived here before the settlers came. A thin place where the membrane between worlds stretches paper thin." "During storms," Martha added, When the energy in the air is just right, the membrane tears completely. That's when the station appears to those who need shelter. A beacon in the darkness. A trap, you mean? Emily said bitterly. A sanctuary at first, George corrected. The trap comes later, when you try to leave. Emily looked around desperately. There has to be a way out. Someone must have escaped. The other patrons exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. There might be, Earl said slowly. We've had guests who didn't stay. But the price of leaving isn't always worth paying. What price? Emily demanded. Before Earl could answer, the lights flickered, and for a brief moment, Emily saw the store as it truly was, abandoned, dusty, decayed by decades of neglect. The patrons flickered too, their forms becoming transparent, ghostly. Then the light stabilized, and the illusion of normality returned. You see, Earl said quietly, this place exists in multiple states simultaneously. What appears solid and real to us is actually long abandoned in the physical world. We maintain it, Martha explained. Our collective belief, our memories, our refusal to accept what happened to us, they give this place substance in our shared reality. Emily felt sick. So I'm dead? Is that what you're saying? I died in the crash? Not necessarily, Earl said. Like I said, some have left. But they had to accept certain truths first. Had to see the station for what it really is, and themselves for what they really are. And what am I? Emily whispered. Earl's expression was almost kind. That's for you to discover, isn't it? Emily closed her eyes, trying to think clearly through her rising panic. Her last clear memory before reaching the gas station was driving through the storm, her car failing, walking through the rain. But there was something else, something just at the edge of recollection. A skid, a moment of weightlessness, the sound of metal crushing. No. She refused to accept that. She was alive, and this was some kind of hallucination or shared delusion. I want to leave, she said firmly, opening her eyes. Tell me how. Earl studied her for a long moment, then nodded. There's a door in the back behind the storeroom. It's always locked and I don't have the key. But they say if you can open it, you can leave. They? Who are they? The ones who came before, Earl said vaguely. The ones who built this place, or maybe just the first to be caught in it. Their voices whisper sometimes when the storm is at its worst. Emily didn't wait to hear more. She pushed past Earl and headed for the back of the store, ignoring the murmurs from the other patrons. Beyond the restroom was another door marked Employees Only. It wasn't locked. The storeroom beyond was cluttered with boxes and supplies, all covered in a layer of dust that contradicted the pristine condition of the main store. At the far end was another door, heavy, made of what looked like solid oak with a large, old-fashioned keyhole. Emily approached it cautiously. Unlike everything else in the storeroom, this door was immaculately maintained, its wood polished to a soft glow. There was no handle, just the keyhole and a small metal plate bearing an inscription in a language Emily didn't recognize. It won't open, Earl's voice came from behind her. He had followed her into the storeroom, not without the key and not without paying the price. What price? Emily asked again, not turning around. You keep talking about a price, but you won't say what it is. Earl sighed. Memory, identity, the things that make you who you are. To leave this place, you have to be willing to leave part of yourself behind. Maybe all of yourself. Now Emily did turn, anger flaring through her fear. That's not an escape. That's surrender. I won't do it. There has to be another way. If there is. None of us have found it, Earl said. But you're welcome to try. We've got nothing but time here. Emily pushed past him, returning to the main store. The other patrons watched her with expressions ranging from sympathy to resignation. There has to be a pattern, she said, thinking aloud. You all arrived during storms, all became stranded. But what determines who stays and who leaves? There must be a commonality among those who escaped. Martha and George exchanged glances. There was a young man about 10 years ago by our reckoning, Martha said hesitantly. He stayed for what felt like several days, then suddenly announced he was leaving. He walked out the front door and didn't come back. What was different about him? Emily pressed. He accepted something, George said. We could see it in his face. A kind of peace came over him, and then he just knew it was time to go. Accepted what? No one answered directly. Instead, the chip-eating man said, "Why were you on this road tonight, Emily? It's not a main route. GPS units don't usually direct people this way." The question caught her off guard. "My GPS said it was a shortcut. I was running late for my new assignment." "A traveling nurse, you said?" Earl asked. "Always on the move, always helping others in crisis, always needed somewhere else?" Emily nodded slowly, not understanding where this was going. "When was the last time you stayed in one place for more than a few months?" Martha asked gently. "The last time you built anything lasting, a home, a relationship, a community?" My work is important," Emily defended. "Rural hospitals have critical staffing shortages. I go where I'm needed. Always running toward the next emergency," George observed. "Never stopping long enough to build a life of your own." Emily felt a flare of indignation. "What does my career have to do with any of this?" "Maybe nothing," Earl said. "Or maybe everything. This place, it has a pattern. It catches people at transitional moments, at crossroads. People running from something or toward something, never content with where they are. People like us," Martha added softly. "George and I were always planning for the future, always saving for the next thing, never enjoying the present. We were on our way to see our daughter graduate, but we were already thinking about her wedding, her career, our retirement." "I was running from a failed marriage," the chip-eating man admitted. "Motorcycle trip to find myself." What a cliché. One by one, the others shared similar stories. Lives spent in perpetual motion, always seeking the next destination, the next achievement, the next escape. Never fully present, never completely engaged with their own existence. "So what?" Emily challenged. "Being ambitious or unsettled isn't a crime. It doesn't mean we deserve to be trapped in some supernatural gas station for eternity. It's not about deserving," Earl said quietly. "It's about learning. This place, it makes you stop, forces you to be present, to exist in a single moment until you truly understand what that means." Emily felt tears of frustration building. "That's insane. I don't need some cosmic timeout to teach me about mindfulness." "Maybe not," Earl conceded. "Maybe you already know what you need to know, in which case the door will open for you." "Without the key?" "The key is metaphorical," Martha said with a small smile. "It's understanding, acceptance. Once you have that, you won't need a physical key." Emily looked around at their faces, kind, patient, resigned to their fate, yet somehow at peace with it. She thought about her own life, constantly in motion, always focused on the next assignment, the next challenge. Had she been running toward something or away from something? Maybe both. "I need to think," she said finally. Earl nodded. "Take all the time you need. We'll be here." Emily returned to her table by the window. The storm outside continued its endless loop, rain falling in the exact same pattern minute after minute, hour after hour. Time stretched strangely. It could have been minutes or days that she sat there, watching the rain and examining her life choices. Had she been present in her own life? Had she ever truly stopped to exist in a moment, to build something lasting? Or had she been using her important, necessary work as a way to avoid deeper connections, permanent roots, the risk of loss that comes with loving people and places too deeply? As these questions turned in her mind, Emily noticed something changing. The repetitive pattern of the storm was shifting subtly. The rain no longer fell in the exact same loops. The darkness outside the window seemed less absolute, with faint shapes becoming distinguishable. She stood and moved to the door, drawn by an instinct she couldn't name. This time when she touched the handle, she felt no fear, only a quiet certainty. "You're leaving," Earl observed from behind the counter. It wasn't a question. Emily turned to face the room. All the patrons were watching her, their expressions a mixture of envy and genuine happiness for her. "Yes," she said simply. "I understand now." "What do you understand?" Martha asked. Emily smiled. "That I've been hiding in motion, that I've been afraid to stay still long enough to risk real connection, that I've been using my work, important as it is, as a shield against vulnerability." Earl nodded approvingly. And now? Now I'm going to leave this place and live differently, Emily said. I'll still be a nurse. That's truly my calling. But I'll put down roots somewhere, build a home, let people in, be present in my own life. The door will open for you, Earl said with certainty, but remember the price must still be paid. Some part of this experience will fade from your memory. You may not remember us, or this place, or the insights you've gained here. That's okay, Emily said. The understanding will remain even if the details fade. The lessons we truly learn become part of who we are, not just memories we carry. She moved to each table, saying goodbye to people who had been trapped for decades, yet had shown her nothing but kindness. When she reached Martha and George, the elderly woman stood and embraced her. "Live well," Martha whispered. "Live present." "I will," Emily promised, "and thank you, all of you, for helping me understand." At the door, Emily paused one last time. "Is there anything I can do for you? Any message I can try to deliver?" The patrons exchanged glances and Earl spoke for them all. "Just remember that stopping isn't the same as being stuck. Pausing to truly experience life isn't wasted time. That's enough." Emily nodded, then turned and opened the door. This time, instead of impenetrable darkness, she saw the storm-lashed parking lot, her own blurry figure struggling through the rain toward the gas station. Past and present overlapped, creating a moment of disorienting déjà vu. Taking a deep breath, Emily stepped through the doorway and woke with a gasp in a hospital bed, surrounded by beeping monitors and the antiseptic smell of a trauma unit. "She's awake," a nurse called out, leaning over Emily with a penlight to check her pupils. "Miss Taylor, can you hear me?" Emily tried to speak, but her throat was painfully dry. The nurse offered her a small sip of water through a straw. "You were in an accident," the nurse explained gently. "Your car went off the road during the storm 3 nights ago. A trucker spotted the wreckage the next morning and called it in. You've been unconscious since they brought you in." 3 nights. She had been here for 3 nights while simultaneously experiencing... What? A dream? A hallucination? Something more? As doctors and nurses examined her, explaining her injuries, concussion, broken ribs, minor internal bleeding, all treatable, all expected to heal completely, Emily tried to hold on to the details of her experience at the gas station. But they were already fading, slipping away like water through her fingers, just as Earl had warned. By the time she was released from the hospital a week later, Emily remembered only fragments. A kindly man behind a counter, an elderly couple offering advice, something about a door and a key. The specifics had vanished, paid as the price for her return. But the understanding remained. When the hospital in Asheville offered to hold her position until she recovered, Emily thanked them, but declined. Instead, she accepted a permanent position at the small regional hospital that had treated her, a facility desperately in need of experienced nurses, located in a town that felt inexplicably familiar, though she had never visited it before. She rented a small house with an option to buy, planted flowers in the garden, joined a local book club, and began building the connections she had always kept at arm's length. Her life slowed down, became more deliberate, more present. Sometimes during storms, Emily would find herself drawn to the window, watching the rain with a sense of déjà vu she couldn't explain. On those nights, she would make a cup of coffee and sit quietly, experiencing the moment fully, honoring a promise she didn't remember making but somehow knew was important to keep. And once, during a particularly violent thunderstorm, she was certain she saw lights in the distance, where no building stood. Warm, inviting lights that seemed to beckon travelers seeking shelter from the dark. Emily smiled and raised her coffee cup in a silent toast to whoever might be watching, then turned away from the window back to the life she had chosen to build, moment by precious moment. The Church of Eternal Light. Thomas Green had spent his career studying the peculiar ways humans seek meaning in the divine. As a professor of religious studies, specializing in American spiritual movements, he had documented everything from Shaker communities to New Age crystal healers. At 55, with 3 books and dozens of scholarly articles to his name, Thomas considered himself something of an expert on fringe belief systems. He prided himself on his objective approach, neither judging nor endorsing the faiths he studied, merely documenting their practices with academic detachment. It was this reputation for respectful neutrality that had earned him an invitation to visit the Church of Eternal Light, a reclusive religious community nestled in the remote highlands of north-central Pennsylvania. The group rarely allowed outsiders to observe their practices, but Thomas's recent paper on Appalachian snake-handling congregations had apparently impressed Elder Nathaniel, the community's leader, who had written Thomas personally to extend the invitation. 4 days, the letter had specified. From Thursday's sunset to Monday's sunrise, you will witness our ceremony of renewal, conducted only once every 7 years. Bring nothing but clothing and an open mind. All necessities will be provided. Thomas's department chair at the University of Pittsburgh had practically pushed him out the door. "This is a coup green," she'd said, eyes gleaming with academic ambition. "No scholar has documented their renewal ceremony. The paper you'll publish will be groundbreaking." So here he was, driving his aging Subaru along increasingly narrow mountain roads as his GPS signal faded in and out. The directions Elder Nathaniel had provided were oddly specific in some places and frustratingly vague in others. Turn left where 3 pines form a triangle, or continue straight when the road seems to end. It doesn't. The October afternoon was waning, shadows lengthening across the winding road as Thomas checked his watch. The letter had been emphatic about arriving before sunset. As he rounded yet another hairpin turn, the forest suddenly opened up, revealing a small valley tucked between steep ridges. There, nestled against the eastern slope, stood a collection of white buildings surrounding a tall steeple that gleamed in the late afternoon sun. "Finally," Thomas murmured, relief washing over him. The settlement was larger than he had expected, not just a church and a few houses, but what appeared to be an entire self-contained village. As he drove closer, he could make out well-tended fields, orchards heavy with autumn fruit, and at least 20 structures of varying sizes, all painted the same pristine white. A simple wooden sign marked the entrance to a gravel drive. "Church of Eternal Light, all who seek may enter." Below it a smaller line added, "But few will remain." Thomas found the addendum curious but not surprising. Many isolated religious communities emphasized the exclusivity of their path to salvation. He'd document that in his notes later. As he pulled into what appeared to be a designated parking area, just 4 spaces suggesting few visitors, a tall figure emerged from the nearest building. The man wore simple clothing, dark trousers, a collarless white shirt and suspenders. His full beard was neatly trimmed, and his eyes, when he approached with an outstretched hand, were a startling pale blue. "Professor Green," the man said, his voice deeper than Thomas had expected. "I am Elder Nathaniel. You've arrived just in time. The sun sets in 20 minutes. Thomas shook the offered hand, noting the calluses that spoke of physical labor despite the man's leadership position. "Thank you for the invitation, Elder. I'm honored to be allowed to observe your ceremony." Nathaniel smiled, revealing perfect teeth. "Observe and participate, Professor. We don't believe in passive witnesses here. But first, let me show you where you'll be staying and introduce you to our community." As Thomas retrieved his small suitcase from the trunk, he noticed something odd. Though he could hear birds singing in the surrounding forest and feel the October breeze on his face, the settlement itself was eerily quiet. No voices called out. No children played between the buildings. No machinery hummed. "Is everyone at evening prayer?" Thomas asked as they walked toward the buildings. "In preparation," Nathaniel replied. "The hours before the renewal ceremony are spent in silent reflection. They'll emerge to greet you at dinner." The building Nathaniel led him to appeared to be a guest house of sorts, small but immaculately kept. Inside was a single room containing a narrow bed, a wooden chair and desk, a wash basin, and a kerosene lamp. "We observe traditional ways," Nathaniel explained, noting Thomas's glance at the lamp. "No electricity, no modern distractions. We find it helps maintain focus on spiritual matters." Thomas nodded, setting down his suitcase. He had expected as much. Many religious communities rejected modern conveniences as part of their spiritual practice. "The wash house is behind this building," Nathaniel continued. "Meals are taken communally in the dining hall." He pointed through the window to a larger structure near the center of the settlement. "We break our pre-ceremony fast at sundown. I'll return for you then." After Nathaniel left, Thomas quickly unpacked, placing his clothing in the small dresser and arranging his notebooks on the desk. From his pocket, he withdrew a digital voice recorder, smaller than his phone and easier to use discreetly for note-taking. He had debated bringing it, knowing the community might object to technology, but his academic instincts had won out. Good scholarship required accurate documentation. As he settled into the chair to review his preliminary notes on the Church of Eternal Light, Thomas realized how little information existed about the group. His research had uncovered only the basics. Founded in the late 1800s by Johannes Licht, a German immigrant who claimed to have received visions of the true nature of Christ's light. Largely self-sufficient, practiced a faith that combined elements of Christianity with what appeared to be pre-Christian Germanic traditions. They had never been implicated in any controversies or legal troubles, unlike many isolated religious communities. They simply existed, quietly and privately, in their mountain valley. The sound of a bell broke into his thoughts, a clear, resonant tone that seemed to hang in the air longer than should be physically possible. Thomas checked his watch. Sunset, right on schedule. Moments later, a knock at his door announced Elder Nathaniel's return. "Come, Professor, the community is gathering." Thomas followed him into the twilight, where an extraordinary transformation had taken place. The previously empty pathways between buildings now bustled with people, perhaps 100 in all, moving purposefully toward the dining hall. Like Nathaniel, they dressed simply, men in dark trousers and white shirts, women in long blue dresses with white aprons. What struck Thomas most was their physical appearance. They were uniformly healthy-looking, with clear skin and bright eyes. Even the elderly members moved with unusual vigor. As they walked, several community members nodded respectfully to Nathaniel and regarded Thomas with curious but not unfriendly glances. No one spoke, maintaining what Thomas assumed was their pre-ceremonial silence. The dining hall was a large open room filled with long wooden tables and benches. Candles and oil lamps provided warm, flickering illumination that cast soft shadows on whitewashed walls. At the front of the room stood a raised table where several older men and women, elders Thomas presumed, were already seated. Nathaniel led Thomas to this table and indicated a place for him beside a silver-haired woman whose posture suggested both strength and dignity, despite her advanced years. "This is Elder Sarah," Nathaniel introduced her. "She is our keeper of histories." The woman inclined her head in greeting. "Professor, we have long awaited an academic who might understand our ways without prejudice." Before Thomas could respond, Nathaniel raised his hands, and the room fell completely silent. Even the sounds of movement ceased, as if everyone had frozen in place. "The sun has set," Nathaniel announced, his voice carrying effortlessly to every corner of the hall. "Our period of reflection ends. Let us break bread together and welcome our visitor before the renewal begins." What followed was one of the most unusual meals of Thomas's extensive fieldwork experience. The food itself was simple but delicious: freshly baked bread, roasted vegetables, some kind of herb-seasoned meat stew. But it was the behavior of the community that fascinated him. Conversation flowed naturally around him, yet it had an almost choreographed quality, as if each person knew exactly when to speak and when to listen. Topics ranged from agricultural concerns to theological discussions, all conducted with a level of articulation that suggested higher education, unexpected in an isolated religious community. Most striking was how they included Thomas. Rather than treating him as an outsider to be either avoided or converted, they engaged him with genuine curiosity about his work, his perspectives, his experiences studying other faiths. They asked insightful questions and listened attentively to his answers. "You seem surprised by us," Elder Sarah observed during a lull in the conversation. Thomas smiled apologetically. "I am, to be honest. Isolated religious communities often view outsiders with suspicion. Perhaps they have reason to," she replied. "Throughout history, those who walk different spiritual paths have faced persecution. We have been fortunate to avoid such attention." "Your community seems unusually harmonious," Thomas noted. "No evidence of the power struggles or factions that typically emerge in such groups." Elder Sarah's eyes crinkled at the corners. "We have our disagreements, Professor, but the light guides us to resolution without conflict." You'll understand better after the ceremony. As the meal concluded, Nathaniel rose again. The hour approaches. We will process to the Temple of Light. Professor Green, you will accompany me. Outside, the night had deepened, stars emerging in breathtaking profusion above the valley. The community members had lit torches along the pathways, and now they formed an orderly procession leading toward the building with the tall steeple that Thomas had noticed upon arrival. As they walked, a low humming began, not singing exactly, but a harmonized tone that rose from the group as a single voice. Thomas felt the sound more than heard it, a vibration that seemed to resonate in his chest. The effect was subtly disorienting, yet not unpleasant. The temple itself proved to be a circular structure, its white exterior gleaming in the torchlight. As they approached, Thomas noticed unusual symbols carved into the lintel above the door, geometric patterns interwoven with what appeared to be ancient runic characters. Not typical Christian iconography by any means. The symbols of our founder's first vision, Nathaniel explained, noting Thomas's interest. A Johannes Licht saw them written in fire across the night sky in 1873. Inside, the temple was a single vast room with a domed ceiling. Instead of pews, concentric circles had been marked on the wooden floor, and the community members took their places according to some system Thomas couldn't discern. Nathaniel led him to the innermost circle, where the other elders were gathering. The only furnishing was a central altar, a perfectly circular table of polished stone. Upon it sat a single object, a crystal sphere about the size of a grapefruit, clear as water yet somehow containing a swirling luminescence, as if light itself had been captured within it. The vessel of eternal light, Nathaniel said softly. Passed down from Johannes himself, it is through this that the renewal comes. The humming grew louder as the last community members took their places. Then, at some unseen signal, it stopped, leaving a silence so complete that Thomas could hear his own heartbeat. Elder Nathaniel stepped forward, raising his hands. "We gather in the darkness to receive the light," he intoned, "as we have for 7 times 7 generations." 7 times 7 generations? Thomas did the mental calculation. That would place the community's origins in the early 1600s, not the 1870s, as his research indicated. A symbolic reference, perhaps, or an exaggeration to establish historical legitimacy, common enough in religious movements. The other elders joined Nathaniel around the altar, forming a tight circle. They began to chant in what sounded like archaic German, their voices weaving together in complex harmonies. As the chant intensified, Thomas noticed something extraordinary happening to the crystal sphere. The light within it was growing brighter, pulsing in rhythm with the chant. Thomas glanced around, looking for hidden lighting effects, some technological explanation for what he was witnessing. But the temple contained no fixtures, no electricity, nothing that could account for the increasingly brilliant illumination emanating from the crystal. The light grew until it was almost painful to look at directly, casting sharp shadows behind every person in the room. Then the elders raised their arms in unison, their voices reaching a crescendo, and the light changed. It no longer merely shone from the crystal, but seemed to pour out like liquid, flowing over the altar's edge and spreading across the floor in rivulets of pure luminescence. Thomas watched in astonishment as the light reached the feet of the community members in the innermost circle. When it touched them, their expressions transformed into looks of rapturous joy. The light continued to spread, reaching circle after circle, each person it touched undergoing the same transformation. "What is happening?" Thomas whispered to Elder Sarah, who stood beside him. "The renewal," she replied simply. "The light sustains us, Professor. It gives us health, longevity, purpose. Every 7 years, we must be replenished." Before Thomas could ask what she meant, the flowing light reached his feet. He instinctively stepped back, but Sarah's hand on his arm stopped him. "Do not fear it," she said. "It will show you truths, nothing more. You are not bound to us. You may witness without commitment." Reluctantly, Thomas stood his ground as the light washed over his shoes. He expected to feel something, warmth perhaps, or an electrical tingle, but there was nothing physical. Instead, a sudden clarity swept through his mind, as if a lifetime of mental fog had been instantly cleared. Images and understandings flooded his consciousness. the true age of the Church of Eternal Light, far older than his research suggested. The nature of the light itself, not a metaphor, but a tangible force they had somehow harnessed. The remarkable longevity of the community members, some of whom had lived for centuries, renewed by the periodic ceremony he was now witnessing. As these revelations cascaded through his mind, Thomas became aware of Elder Nathaniel watching him closely, gauging his reaction. The elder's eyes reflected the brilliant light, giving him an almost inhuman appearance. The ceremony continued for hours, though time seemed meaningless within the temple. The light eventually receded back into the crystal sphere, which now pulsed with a steady, subdued glow. Community members began to file out quietly, their faces serene, their movements graceful. Thomas remained rooted in place, trying to process what he had experienced. "Come," Elder Sarah finally said, touching his elbow gently. "You need rest. We can speak of what you've seen in the morning." Thomas allowed himself to be led back to the guest house, his mind still reeling. The rational part of him searched for explanations: hallucinogens in the food, mass hypnosis, elaborate technological deception, but none seemed adequate to explain what he had witnessed. He spent a restless night, alternating between furious note-taking and staring at the ceiling, replaying the ceremony in his mind. By dawn, he had filled several pages with observations and questions, but was no closer to a scientific explanation for his experience. After a simple breakfast, delivered by a smiling young woman who seemed to materialize at his door the moment he awakened, Thomas was collected by Elder Nathaniel for a tour of the settlement. In daylight, the community's self-sufficiency was even more apparent. They maintained extensive gardens, orchards, and workshops where everything from furniture to clothing was produced. What struck Thomas most was the obvious joy with which everyone approached their tasks. There was none of the grim obligation he had observed in other religious labor systems. "You have questions," Nathaniel said as they walked between neat rows of apple trees, heavy with fruit. "Many, I imagine." "The light," Thomas began, deciding to address the most inexplicable aspect directly. "What is it?" Nathaniel smiled. "You felt it, yet you still seek a rational explanation. This is good. Critical thinking is valued here, despite what you might expect. The simplest answer is that it is exactly what we call it, eternal light. Not in the poetic Christian sense of divine illumination, but a tangible force that flows through all creation." "That's not a scientific answer," Thomas pointed out. "No," Nathaniel agreed, "because it exists at the intersection of what your science can explain and what it cannot yet comprehend. Johannes Licht didn't discover it. He merely found a way to collect and concentrate it through the crystal vessel, using knowledge from much older traditions." They paused at the edge of an orchard, looking back at the settlement. From this vantage point, Thomas noticed something he had missed before. The buildings formed a precise geometric pattern, similar to the symbols carved above the temple door. "Your community is older than the historical record indicates," Thomas said. It wasn't a question. Yes, Johannes Licht was merely the most recent name used by our founder when he established this particular settlement. Our lineage traces back much further, through various incarnations across Europe before coming to America. "How much further?" Nathaniel's pale eyes met his directly. "The oldest among us remember the fall of Rome, Professor. I myself have seen 4 centuries. Thomas felt a chill despite the warm morning sun. "That's impossible." "Is it? You saw the light last night. You felt its effects, the mental clarity, the sudden understanding. That was merely a taste, a momentary exposure. Those who commit to our way receive the full renewal every 7 years. The light extends life, prevents illness, keeps the mind sharp, even as the centuries pass." Thomas wanted to dismiss these claims as the typical hyperbole of cult leaders, but the absolute conviction in Nathaniel's voice gave him pause. And there had been something about the ceremony, something he couldn't explain away. "If what you're saying is true," Thomas said carefully, "why remain hidden? Such a discovery would transform human civilization." Nathaniel's expression darkened. "Would it? Imagine what governments would do to control an unlimited lifespan. What corporations would pay to own it? What wars would be fought over it?" He shook his head. "We tried openness once, in the early days. It led only to persecution, to accusations of witchcraft and heresy, to attempts to steal the vessel by force. They continued walking, now heading toward a small lake at the western edge of the settlement. Several community members were fishing from its banks, calling out cheerful greetings as Thomas and Nathaniel passed. "So you've lived here in isolation for centuries?" Thomas asked. "Not in isolation. We interact with the world carefully. Members leave for periods to study, to experience life outside, to bring back knowledge. Some choose not to return. Others bring new members, but only those who will value what we offer beyond the mere extension of life. And what is it you offer beyond longevity?" "Purpose," Nathaniel said simply. "Community. The chance to develop skills and wisdom over centuries rather than decades. To see the longer patterns of history unfold, to create art, music, literature, and scientific understanding without the pressure of mortality's deadline." They reached the lakeshore, where the water was so clear that Thomas could see fish swimming many feet below the surface. The scene was idyllic, peaceful in a way that seemed almost too perfect. "You're not just observing us, Professor Green," Nathaniel said, breaking a long silence. "You're being evaluated." Thomas turned to him surprised. "Evaluated? We've been watching your work for years. Your approach to studying religious communities, objective, respectful, insightful. You have the qualities we look for." The invitation to observe our renewal ceremony was also an invitation to consider joining us. "You want to recruit me?" Thomas couldn't keep the incredulity from his voice. "We seek individuals who can contribute to our community. Your expertise in comparative religion, your ability to document and analyze belief systems, these would be valuable over centuries, not just a single lifetime." Thomas shook his head. "I'm a scholar, not a believer. I study faith, I don't practice it." "We don't require blind faith," Nathaniel countered. "Many among us are scientists, historians, philosophers. They approached with skepticism, just as you do. The light doesn't demand belief, only openness to its reality once experienced." The rest of the day passed in a blur of introductions and conversations. Thomas met a botanist who claimed to have been developing plant hybrids since the 1700s, a musician who had allegedly known Bach personally, a mathematician working on equations that would take decades to complete. All spoke with the same quiet conviction as Nathaniel, and none seemed concerned about sharing their supposed centuries of experience with an outsider. Either this was the most elaborate hoax Thomas had ever encountered, or he had stumbled upon something that defied his understanding of reality. As a scholar, he prided himself on maintaining an open mind, but this stretched credulity beyond its breaking point. That evening, a special dinner was held in the community dining hall. Unlike the previous night's meal, this one featured music, hauntingly beautiful songs performed by a small ensemble whose technical skill suggested decades of practice. The food was more elaborate as well, with dishes Thomas couldn't identify but found delicious. "The renewal always brings our community closer," Elder Sarah explained as she sat beside him. "Tonight we celebrate our continuation." "Elder Nathaniel mentioned that I'm being evaluated," Thomas said carefully. Sarah smiled. "Does that surprise you? We've existed this long by being selective. Not everyone desires or deserves what the light offers. And if I'm not interested, then you complete your study, write your paper, and remember us as an interesting but ultimately conventional religious community." Her eyes, wise and knowing, held his. "The specifics of the ceremony will fade from your memory within weeks of your departure, becoming dreamlike, impossible to articulate clearly. That, too, is a protection the light provides." Thomas considered this. "And if I were interested, hypothetically, what would be required of me?" "Commitment to the community. Not isolation from the world, but recognition that this place is your true home. Contribution of your talents and knowledge. Acceptance of our ways and rules." She paused. "And participation in certain obligations that ensure our continued safety and secrecy." Something in her tone made Thomas uneasy. "What kind of obligations?" Before she could answer, Elder Nathaniel approached their table. "It's time for the second phase of the renewal, Sarah. Professor Green should witness this as well, if he's considering our offer." Sarah nodded and rose. "Come, Professor. This is something few outsiders have ever seen." They led Thomas out of the dining hall and toward the temple again. This time, only the elders accompanied them. 12 men and women of indeterminate age but unmistakable authority. The temple looked different at night. The crystal sphere still sat upon the central altar, but its glow was subdued, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. The elders formed a circle around it, motioning for Thomas to join them. "The renewal has 2 parts, Nathaniel explained. "Last night, the community received the light's blessing. Tonight, we fulfill our obligation to it." As he spoke, 2 community members entered, escorting between them a man Thomas hadn't seen before. Unlike the others, he wore ordinary modern clothing, jeans and a flannel shirt, and his expression was one of confusion and fear. His hands were bound before him with what appeared to be thin silver chains. "Who is that?" Thomas asked, alarmed by the man's obvious distress. "A necessary component of the renewal," Sarah replied, her voice now cold and clinical. "The light gives much, but it requires balance." The bound man was brought to the center of the circle, directly before the altar. Now Thomas could see that he was young, perhaps in his 20s, with the weathered look of someone who worked outdoors. "Please," the man said, his voice cracking. "I didn't mean to trespass. I was just hiking, got lost. I didn't see anything important, I swear." Elder Nathaniel placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "You wandered into our valley during the time of renewal. The old laws are clear about such occurrences. It is not punishment, but purpose that awaits you. Your life will feed the light that sustains hundreds." With growing horror, Thomas realized what was about to happen. "This is human sacrifice," he said, stepping back from the circle. "You can't be serious." "A crude term for a sacred exchange," Sarah corrected. "The light requires life energy to continue its gifts. 1 life every 7 years in exchange for centuries of existence for all of us. A mathematical bargain by any measure." The elders had begun to chant, the same archaic German phrases from the previous night. The crystal sphere's pulsing increased in tempo, its light growing brighter with each repetition. "I can't be part of this," Thomas said, continuing to back away. "This is murder." "It is necessity," Nathaniel countered, never breaking the rhythm of the chant. "And it is why we evaluate potential members so carefully. Not everyone has the strength to accept the full truth of our ways." The young man was now struggling against his bonds, panic evident in his wide eyes. The elders moved closer, their chanting growing louder, more insistent. The light from the sphere began to change character, taking on a reddish hue that reminded Thomas sickeningly of blood. "Stop this," Thomas demanded, though he knew his words were futile. "Let him go." Instead, Elder Nathaniel raised his hands above the terrified man's head. The crystal sphere now pulsed with a hungry light that seemed to reach out toward the intended victim. Thomas did the only thing he could think of. He lunged forward, pushing through the circle of elders, and grabbed the bound man by his shoulders, pulling him away from the altar. The reaction was immediate and violent. The chanting stopped abruptly, and the light from the sphere flared with blinding intensity. Thomas felt hands grasping at him, trying to separate him from the young man. "How you interfere with what you cannot understand." Nathaniel's voice had lost its warm wisdom, replaced by cold fury. "The renewal must be completed." "Not like this," Thomas insisted, still gripping the frightened hiker. "Not with murder." The crystal sphere began to emit a high-pitched tone that made Thomas's teeth ache and his vision blur. The elders were closing in, their faces transformed by the red light into something inhuman, predatory. "Run!" Thomas whispered to the young man, using his pocket knife to cut through the silver bindings. "Get out of here." The man needed no further encouragement. The moment his hands were free, he bolted for the temple door, disappearing into the night. Thomas turned to face the elders, who had stopped advancing but now surrounded him in a tight circle. Their expressions were a mixture of rage and calculation. "So you have no idea what you've done," Elder Sarah said, her previously kind voice now razor-sharp. "The renewal is incomplete. The light will demand compensation." "Then take me," Thomas said, a desperate plan forming. "Isn't that what you wanted? For me to join you? Here I am." Nathaniel's eyes narrowed. "It doesn't work that way. The sacrifice must be unwilling, unknowing. The fear, the confusion, these are what feed the light in its hunger. You come with knowledge and choice. It would reject you. Then find another way, Thomas insisted. Centuries of wisdom among you, and murder is your only solution. A strange expression crossed Nathaniel's face, something almost like doubt. There is no other way. There has never been another way. Perhaps there should be, Thomas pressed, sensing a possible opening. What kind of wisdom have you really accumulated if you're still practicing primitive human sacrifice after centuries of existence? How is that different from the most primitive religions you consider yourselves superior to? The elders exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. The crystal sphere's light had dimmed somewhat, its red hue fading back to white, though it pulsed erratically, like a heart in arrhythmia. He raises a point we have discussed before, one of the other elders said, an older man with a silver beard. Johannes himself questioned the necessity in his later years. Blasphemy, hissed another. The covenant with the light is absolute. Is it? Thomas asked. Or is that just what you've told yourselves to justify murder every 7 years? True wisdom would seek alternatives, not cling to barbaric traditions out of fear. The sphere's pulsing became more erratic, the light flickering wildly. Small cracks appeared in its crystalline surface, spreading like a spiderweb across the once perfect orb. The vessel is destabilizing, Nathaniel said urgently. Without the completion of the renewal... Before he could finish, the crystal sphere shattered with a sound like a thunderclap. Fragments flew in all directions, and a blinding flash of light forced Thomas to shield his eyes. When he could see again, the altar was empty, except for a fine dust that might have been the remains of the crystal. The elders stood in shocked silence, staring at the empty altar. Then, one by one, they began to change. It was subtle at first, a deepening of wrinkles, a graying of hair, but accelerated quickly. Within minutes, they aged decades before Thomas's eyes. Elder Sarah's back curved with osteoporosis. Nathaniel's face hollowed as his skin sagged. The silver-bearded elder's hands twisted with arthritis. "What's happening to you?" Thomas asked, horrified by the transformation. "The light is reclaiming its gifts," Nathaniel said, his voice now thin and quavering. "Without the renewal, without the vessel to contain it, our borrowed time returns to its source." The aging process continued, mercifully slowing but not stopping. What had been a circle of vital, ageless beings was now a gathering of the truly elderly, their bodies showing the accumulated years that had been held at bay for so long. "You should leave now," Sarah said, her once melodious voice cracked and feeble. "The community will be in disarray when they discover what has happened. Some will blame you, some may seek revenge." Thomas hesitated. Despite everything, he felt a strange responsibility toward these people, even pity for their sudden confrontation with mortality. "What will happen to all of you?" Nathaniel managed a weak smile, his now rheumy eyes still holding a spark of his former intelligence. "We will age and die as humans were meant to do, some quickly, some more slowly, depending on how many renewals they've experienced. The youngest members may have decades yet, the oldest, like myself." He shrugged his now bony shoulders. "Perhaps days." "I'm sorry," Thomas said, and was surprised to realize he meant it. "Don't be," Nathaniel replied. "Perhaps this ending was overdue. Perhaps you were sent to us not as a potential member, but as a necessary correction. The light works in ways even we never fully understood." Thomas made his way back to the guest house, packed his few belongings, and left without further conversation. No one attempted to stop him. As he drove down the mountain in the pre-dawn darkness, he looked back once to see the white buildings of the settlement gleaming faintly in the moonlight, the temple's steeple now dark against the sky. 3 days later, Thomas sat in his university office, staring at the blinking cursor on his computer screen. His attempt to document what he had witnessed in the Church of Eternal Light had failed repeatedly. Each time he tried to describe the ceremony, the light, the crystal sphere, the words became jumbled and incoherent. His memories of the experience were already fading, becoming dreamlike and distant, just as Elder Sarah had predicted. What remained clear was the ethical dilemma. Even if he could articulate what he had seen, should he? The community had existed in secrecy for centuries, and despite their darkest practice, They had accumulated knowledge and wisdom that might be lost forever now. In the end, Thomas wrote a brief academic paper describing the Church of Eternal Light as a small, isolated religious community with an interesting blend of Christian and pre-Christian Germanic traditions. He mentioned their self-sufficiency, their communal living arrangements, their rejection of modern technology. Of the renewal ceremony, he wrote only that it involved symbolic representations of light as a spiritual force and rituals of community reaffirmation. The paper was published in a minor journal and attracted little attention. Thomas received a few inquiries from other scholars in his field, which he answered vaguely, discouraging further research into the group. 6 months later, a small package arrived at his office. It contained no note, no return address, only a single item, a tiny fragment of crystal that glowed faintly when held in darkness. Thomas kept it in his desk drawer, taking it out occasionally when working late, letting its soft light illuminate his papers. And sometimes, in that gentle glow, the memories would sharpen briefly. The temple, the ceremony, the elders in their circle, before fading again, like a dream upon waking. In those moments, Thomas would wonder about the choices he had made, the lives he had saved or shortened, and the light that might have extended his own life for centuries had he made a different choice. He never returned to the Church of Eternal Light. Years later, when academic curiosity finally overcame his reluctance, he tried to locate the settlement again. But the mountain roads had been rerouted, the valley was no longer accessible, and locals claimed no knowledge of any religious community in the area. Whether they had disbanded, relocated, or found some new way to harness the light without sacrifice, Thomas never discovered. But on certain nights, when the moon is full and the wind comes from the north, he dreams of a white temple on a mountainside and wakes with the taste of eternity on his tongue, sweet, tempting, and ultimately relinquished. The inheritance. Laura Wilson hadn't set foot in Cumberland Gap for 20 years, not since the summer she turned 16 and her grandmother forbade her from ever returning. Now at 36, she found herself driving up the winding mountain road, her grandmother's letter on the passenger seat beside her, its contents still hard to believe. Upon my passing, the Wilson homestead and all its lands shall transfer to my granddaughter Laura. May she forgive an old woman's fears and find peace where I could not. The attorney in Middlesbrough had been surprised when Laura appeared to claim the inheritance. Most folks expected the property to go to the Historical Society, he'd said, adjusting his glasses. Your grandmother was quite adamant about keeping family away from that place for decades. Laura had nodded, equally confused. We weren't close. I haven't heard from her since I was a teenager. The lawyer had handed her a thick envelope along with the keys. She left this for you as well. Private instructions, I gather. Now as the dense Appalachian forest gave way to a narrow valley nestled between steep ridges, Laura felt a mixture of nostalgia and apprehension. The Wilson homestead came into view around the final bend, a 2-story farmhouse of weathered wood and stone that had stood for over 150 years. Behind it stretched several acres of overgrown fields, and beyond those, the dark line of forest that marked the beginning of her grandmother's, now her, considerable woodland holdings. Laura parked in the gravel driveway and sat for a moment, taking in the property. Despite 20 years of minimal maintenance, the house appeared structurally sound. The roof was intact, the stone foundation solid. Only the cosmetic elements, peeling paint, overgrown garden beds, a sagging porch step, showed signs of neglect. The key turned smoothly in the lock, as if the door had been recently oiled. Inside, the air was stale, but not musty, suggesting the house had been periodically aired. Laura moved through the familiar rooms, the front parlor with its stone fireplace, the dining room with built-in corner cabinets, the kitchen with its ancient cast-iron stove, memories flooding back with each step. Her childhood visits had been confined to bright summer days, carefully supervised by her grandmother. The house had seemed magical then, full of interesting corners and family heirlooms. Now it felt smaller, darker, weighted with an atmosphere Laura couldn't quite define. Upstairs, she found the bedroom she'd used during those visits, preserved exactly as she remembered. Floral wallpaper, oak dresser, narrow bed with a handmade quilt. Her grandmother's room across the hall was similarly unchanged, personal items still arranged on the dresser, as if their owner might return any moment. In the third bedroom, one Laura had never been allowed to enter as a child, she found what appeared to be a home office. A roll-top desk occupied one wall, while the others were lined with bookshelves containing leather-bound volumes and stacks of yellowed papers. This, Laura decided, would be where she'd start her renovation project. The envelope from the lawyer contained what she'd expected: the deed to the property, insurance information, a list of local service providers who had helped maintain the house. But beneath these practical documents was a handwritten letter from her grandmother, the paper brittle with age, though the ink remained clear. "Dear Laura," it began, "if you're reading this, I've passed on and the homestead has become yours despite my best efforts to prevent it. Blood calls to blood, and the land recognizes its own. The Wilson legacy is now your burden to bear." Laura frowned, her grandmother's cryptic style exactly as she remembered. "The house holds secrets in its walls. Some are written in the books in my study, others are carved into the land itself. Before you decide to stay, you must understand what you're inheriting. Look for the symbol of the broken circle. It appears throughout the property and will guide your understanding." The letter continued with practical advice about the house's quirks, the temperamental furnace, the well pump that needed regular priming, before concluding with a warning that sent a chill down Laura's spine. "The townspeople will remember the Wilson name. They may not welcome you. Do not trust their histories of our family, but do heed their warnings. The land has a hunger that blood alone can satisfy. If you choose to remain after learning the truth, you accept this responsibility knowingly, as I did, as all Wilsons have since 1843. May you find more peace with this burden than I did." Laura set the letter down, unsettled by its tone, but not entirely surprised. Her grandmother had always been dramatic, prone to mysterious pronouncements and superstitious behavior. The local rumors about the Wilson family, whispers of witchcraft, strange rituals, unexplained disappearances, had been part of why Laura's parents had limited her visits and eventually stopped them altogether. As a rational adult with a successful career in architectural restoration, Laura was inclined to dismiss the letter's ominous tone. The property represented an opportunity, a chance to reconnect with her family history while undertaking a challenging renovation project. She'd been looking for a change after her divorce last year, and this remote homestead offered both solitude and purpose. That evening, after unpacking her car and making a quick trip to the nearest grocery store, Laura settled on the porch with a glass of wine and her laptop, creating a preliminary renovation plan. The house had good bones, historic character, quality materials, a logical layout. With her experience and some local contractors, she could transform it into a comfortable home, perhaps even a weekend rental property eventually. As darkness fell, the surrounding forest seemed to press closer, the space between trees filling with shadows that shifted in the slight breeze. From somewhere in the distance came the haunting call of a whippoorwill, followed by a deeper, stranger sound that Laura couldn't identify, something between a moan and a growl. She went inside, locking the door behind her with a firmness that betrayed her unease. The house creaked and settled around her as old houses do, but some sounds seemed to follow no pattern Laura recognized from her years of working with historic structures. Twice she looked up from her laptop, certain she'd heard footsteps in the upstairs hallway. Just the unfamiliar acoustics, she told herself, finishing her wine. Tomorrow she would begin a thorough inspection of the property in daylight, when the shadows held no power, and her grandmother's warnings seemed merely the fancies of an isolated old woman. Laura woke to brilliant sunshine streaming through the bedroom window. The house felt different in daylight, simply an old empty building waiting for new life. After a quick breakfast, she began a methodical survey, making notes on her tablet about necessary repairs and potential improvements. In the study, she examined the bookshelves more carefully. Many volumes were standard 19th century household references, agricultural guides, medical compendiums, religious texts. Others were more unusual, hand-bound journals with no titles, books in languages Laura didn't recognize, and several volumes on local folklore and superstitions. One leather-bound book caught her attention. Unlike the others, it bore a symbol embossed on its spine, a circle with a jagged break on one side. The broken circle her grandmother had mentioned. Inside, Laura found what appeared to be a family history, handwritten by multiple authors over generations, beginning with Ezekiel Wilson in 1843. Having secured the land through means best left unrecorded, the first entry read, "I have established our homestead in this valley, far from prying eyes and righteous interference. The arrangement with the entity seems fair, protection and prosperity in exchange for the appointed offerings. May our family flourish under this covenant for generations to come." Laura frowned, puzzled by the archaic language and cryptic references. She skimmed forward through the journal, finding similar entries from subsequent generations of Wilsons, each describing the covenant and offerings in equally vague terms, along with records of unusual events, unexplained lights in the forest, strange growths in the fields, livestock behaving oddly. Her grandmother's entries began in the 1950s and were more detailed, describing specific rituals performed at specific locations on the property. The final entry, dated just 3 years ago, contained a passage that made Laura's blood run cold. Laura will return someday. The land will call to her as it calls to all with Wilson blood. I have tried to break the covenant to spare her this burden, but the entity will not release us. The offerings have been refused. The land grows restless. The barrier weakens. May she forgive me for what I've done and what I've failed to do. Laura closed the book, disturbed despite her skepticism. Her grandmother had clearly been obsessed with local superstitions, perhaps even delusional in her later years. Yet something about the consistency of the accounts across generations gave Laura pause. Deciding to continue her inspection of the property, she ventured outside. The overgrown fields would need significant work if she wanted to restore them to usable condition. At their edge stood a weathered barn that leaned slightly to one side but remained structurally intact. Inside the barn, Laura found old farm equipment, stacks of lumber, and various tools hanging from the walls. At the back, a trapdoor in the floor revealed a root cellar. Laura descended the wooden steps, using her phone's flashlight to illuminate the space. The cellar walls were lined with empty shelves and storage bins, but what caught Laura's attention was the floor, not packed earth as she expected, but stone slabs arranged in a circular pattern. In the center, carved into the largest stone, was the broken circle symbol from the book. Laura knelt to examine the carving, running her fingers along its grooves. The stone felt unnaturally cold despite the summer heat. As her fingers traced the break in the circle, she felt a slight vibration, as if something beneath the stone had stirred at her touch. She jerked her hand back, suddenly uneasy. The cellar's darkness seemed to deepen around her, the air growing thick and difficult to breathe. Laura retreated up the stairs, an irrational fear propelling her movements. Back in the sunlight, she laughed at herself. "Getting spooked by root cellars at my age," she muttered. Still, she decided to explore the rest of the property before returning to the barn. The woodland at the edge of the fields drew her attention next. A well-worn path led into the trees, suggesting regular use despite the property's abandonment. Laura followed it, noting how the forest grew denser and older the further she went, transitioning from secondary growth to what appeared to be virgin timber, massive oaks and hickories that must have been centuries old. About half a mile in, the path opened onto a small clearing. At its center stood a circle of standing stones, each about waist high. They weren't large or imposing like the famous stone circles of Europe, but there was an undeniable deliberateness to their arrangement, and carved into each stone was the now familiar broken circle. Laura approached cautiously. The clearing was eerily silent. No birdsong, no insect buzz, not even the sound of wind in the leaves. The air felt heavy, as if charged before a storm. At the center of the stone circle, the ground was bare earth, devoid of the vegetation that covered the rest of the clearing. As she stepped between two of the stones, a sudden dizziness overcame her. The clearing seemed to shift and blur, overlaid with a different image. The same space but altered, populated by figures in old-fashioned clothing, gathered around a central point where something dark and formless writhed. Laura stumbled backward out of the circle, and the vision vanished. Heart pounding, she told herself it was just a momentary vertigo, perhaps triggered by the summer heat or low blood sugar. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that she had glimpsed something real. Not a hallucination, but a memory impressed upon the place itself. She hurried back to the house, suddenly eager to be within solid walls. As she emerged from the forest edge, she noticed a pickup truck in her driveway. A man in his 60s leaned against it, watching her approach with an expression Laura couldn't quite read. "Miss Wilson," he called as she drew nearer, "I'm Jim Harkins, used to help your grandmother with maintenance around the place." Laura forced a smile, extending her hand. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Harkins. I was just exploring the property." He shook her hand briefly, his calloused palm rough against hers. "Saw your car yesterday. Figured you might need some help getting settled." His eyes flickered to the forest behind her. "You been up to the circle?" The directness of the question caught Laura off guard. "I found a clearing with some stones. Is it significant?" Harkins' expression darkened. "Your grandmother never told you about this place, did she? About what the Wilsons have been doing here since before the Civil War?" "She left some unusual writings," Laura said carefully. "To be honest, they seem like superstitious nonsense." The man laughed, a short, humorless sound. "That's what outsiders always think, but folks around here know better. We've lived alongside the Wilsons for generations. We've seen the consequences when the offerings stop." Laura felt a chill despite the warm day. "What offerings?" "You'll find out soon enough if you stay," Harkins said cryptically. "The land has been restless these past few years. Your grandmother tried to end it, tried to starve it out. Didn't work. Just made it angrier." He straightened, moving toward his truck. "I came to warn you, not frighten you. Whatever's in those journals, whatever you've seen in the woods, it's real. The Wilson Covenant is real. You'd best decide quick whether you're staying or going before the choice gets made for you." Before Laura could respond, he was in his truck and driving away, leaving her alone with questions she wasn't sure she wanted answered. That night, Laura dreamed of the stone circle. In her dream, she stood at its center, surrounded by generations of Wilsons stretching back to Ezekiel. They watched in solemn silence as she dug into the bare earth with her bare hands, unearthing not soil, but a thick, black substance that clung to her fingers like tar, yet moved with a life of its own. "The covenant must be honored," the Wilson ancestors chanted in unison. "Blood calls to blood. The land must be fed." Laura woke, gasping, the dream so vivid she checked her hands for traces of the black substance. Finding them clean, she tried to return to sleep, but every time she closed her eyes, the image of the stone circle filled her mind. At dawn, she gave up on rest and returned to the study, determined to make sense of her grandmother's writings. The journal with the broken circle yielded more details upon closer reading. The entity appeared to be something the first Ezekiel Wilson had encountered in the forest, something ancient and powerful that had offered protection and prosperity in exchange for regular offerings. The nature of these offerings remained vague in the earlier entries, described only as the necessary sacrifice or that which is most precious. But Laura's grandmother had been more explicit in her later writings, describing a ritual performed at the stone circle during each solstice and equinox, involving blood, animal at first, but in times of great need, human. "The land must be fed," her grandmother had written, echoing the chant from Laura's dream. "Not with the blood of innocents, as in Ezekiel's time, but with our own freely given essence. A Wilson must bleed upon the stones to maintain the barrier that contains the entity within our lands." Laura set the journal down, disturbed by the parallels between these writings and her dream. Was she unconsciously incorporating what she'd read into her dreams, or was something more inexplicable happening? A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Through the window, Laura saw an unfamiliar car in the driveway. Cautiously, she opened the door to find a woman approximately her own age, dressed in the uniform of the county sheriff's department. "Ms. Wilson, I'm Deputy Sheriff Collins. Hope I'm not disturbing you." "Not at all," Laura replied, though she remained in the doorway rather than inviting the officer inside. "Is there a problem?" "Just a courtesy call. We like to check in when someone new moves to a remote property." The deputy's tone was professional, but her eyes held the same wariness Laura had seen in Jim Harkins. "Your grandmother was well respected, but kept to herself. People in town are curious about your plans for the place." "I'm renovating," Laura said. The house has been in my family for generations. I want to restore it properly. Deputy Collins nodded. It's a fine old place, historically significant to the area. She paused, seeming to choose her next words carefully. You should know there are stories about this property, local legends. Some folks might be uncomfortable with a Wilson returning after all this time. Because they think we're witches or something, Laura asked, trying to keep her tone light. The deputy didn't smile. Something like that. Your family has a complicated history here. There have been incidents over the years, disappearances, unexplained events. Most recently about 20 years ago, around the time you stopped visiting, if I recall correctly. Laura felt a cold certainty that the deputy knew exactly why she had stopped visiting. I was a teenager. Family disagreements. You know how it is. Of course. Deputy Collins handed Laura a business card. Call if you need anything. Cell reception is spotty out here, but the landline should work. And Ms. Wilson, be careful exploring the property. Some of those old structures might not be stable. After the deputy left, Laura stood on the porch, gazing out at the land that was now hers. The morning sun illuminated the overgrown fields, the leaning barn, the dark line of forest beyond. It all looked so ordinary, so physical and real. How could this peaceful scene be connected to blood rituals and ancient entities? Yet she couldn't dismiss the dream, the journals, the warnings from locals who clearly believed the legends. Nor could she ignore the growing feeling that the house itself was changing around her, rooms seeming larger at night than during the day, hallways extending longer than physically possible, doors that had been open finding themselves closed. That evening, as Laura prepared a simple dinner, she heard what sounded like scratching coming from inside the walls. At first, she attributed it to mice or squirrels, common enough in old houses. But the sound followed her from room to room, always just behind the wallpaper or paneling, always just out of sight. When she finally went to bed, exhausted from stress and poor sleep the previous night, the scratching continued above her head, in the attic space she hadn't yet explored. It was rhythmic, deliberate, not the random scurrying of rodents, but something purposeful, almost like writing. In the morning, Laura found strange markings on the bathroom mirror, visible only in the steam from her shower, curved lines that formed what looked like the broken circle symbol, drawn by an unseen hand. Over the next few days, the incidents escalated. Books from the study appeared in other rooms, open to passages about the Covenant. The temperature fluctuated wildly in specific areas of the house. Once, Laura distinctly heard her grandmother's voice calling her name from the empty kitchen. And always, there was the sense of being watched, of something waiting just beyond her perception, growing more impatient with each passing day. A week after her arrival, Laura woke in the middle of the night to find herself not in her bedroom, but standing in the root cellar beneath the barn, though she had no memory of walking there. The broken circle on the central stone glowed faintly in the darkness, pulsing like a heartbeat. As she watched, frozen in a mixture of fear and fascination, the stone began to shift, revealing a space beneath, a space that should not have existed, that defied the physical limitations of the cellar. From that impossible depth came a sound that Laura felt rather than heard, a vibration that resonated in her bones and blood. "Choose," a voice whispered, though she couldn't tell if it came from the opening or from within her own mind. "Honor the Covenant, or release what it contains. Blood calls to blood. The land must be fed." Laura fled, running back to the house in her nightclothes, feet bare on the rough ground. Inside, she locked the doors and windows, though some part of her knew such barriers would be meaningless against whatever had spoken to her. In the study, she frantically searched through the journals, looking for any mention of how to end the Covenant permanently. Her grandmother had tried and failed. What had she done wrong? What was the alternative to continuing the blood offerings? As dawn approached, Laura found a final entry in her grandmother's handwriting, hidden in a secret compartment of the desk she'd overlooked before. "There is another way," it read. "Not to break the Covenant, but to fulfill it completely. The entity can be bound permanently, but the price is higher than I could pay. A Wilson must not merely offer blood, but join with the entity willingly, becoming its vessel and its prison for eternity. I could not make this sacrifice. Perhaps Laura, with her stronger spirit, might choose differently." Laura stared at the words as sunlight gradually filled the room. The choice before her was impossible: continue the blood rituals indefinitely, maintaining a covenant begun by an ancestor who had likely committed unforgivable acts to secure this land, or sacrifice herself completely to end it once and for all. Or she could simply leave, abandon the property as her parents had urged her grandmother to do decades ago. But something told her the entity would not remain contained if the Wilson bloodline turned its back completely. The barrier was weakening. The land was restless. What might emerge if the covenant was neither honored nor fulfilled? As if in answer to her unspoken question, the ground trembled slightly beneath the house. From the direction of the stone circle in the forest came a sound like distant thunder, though the sky outside remained clear and blue. Laura Wilson stood at the window, watching as a shadow that belonged to no cloud passed over her inherited lands. The broken circle was closing. Time was running out. And somewhere deep in the earth beneath her feet, something ancient and hungry waited for her decision. The cave system. Jason Miller had been exploring caves since he was 12 years old, when his father first took him into the limestone caverns near their Kentucky home. Now 29, with hundreds of spelunking expeditions under his belt, Jason considered himself an experienced caver. But nothing in his experience had prepared him for what awaited in the unmapped system beneath Hollow Ridge. This could be the find of the decade, his friend Mike had told him, unfolding a hand-drawn map across Jason's kitchen table. Local guy who works for the Forestry Service found the entrance last month. Says it goes deeper than anything officially documented in eastern Kentucky. If it's such a big discovery, why haven't I heard about it? Jason asked, studying the crude map skeptically. Mike's eyes gleamed with excitement. Because he's keeping it quiet until he can organize a proper expedition, but he owes me a favor, so he gave me the coordinates. We could be the first to fully explore it. That conversation had led to today. Jason, Mike, and two other experienced cavers, Liz and Derek, standing at the mouth of a narrow fissure in the forested hillside, gear packed and ready for a day-long exploration. Doesn't look like much, Derek observed, shining his headlamp into the dark crack. The beam illuminated a tight passage that descended at a sharp angle into darkness. That's what makes it perfect, Liz replied, checking her helmet one last time. If it was obvious, it would have been mapped years ago. Jason nodded in agreement. The most remarkable cave systems often had the most unassuming entrances. Mike goes first since he has the map. Then Liz, me, and Derek brings up the rear. Standard communication protocols, and we turn back after 6 hours regardless of progress. Everyone clear? They all nodded. And minutes later, they were squeezing through the entrance one by one. The initial passage was tight but manageable, requiring them to proceed in a hunched position. The limestone walls were smooth and damp, marked with the subtle striations that indicated water erosion over millennia. After about 50 yards, the passage widened suddenly into a chamber roughly the size of a small bedroom. Their headlamps revealed stalactites hanging from the ceiling like stone icicles, some connecting with stalagmites from the floor to form complete columns. "This is already promising," Mike said, consulting the forestry workers' map. "According to this, we should find a larger passage leading down on the far side of this chamber." They located the continuation easily enough, a horizontal crack about 3 feet high that required crawling. Jason felt the familiar thrill of discovery as they proceeded deeper into the earth, leaving daylight and the known world behind. The crawl space extended for about 100 feet before opening into a much larger chamber with a ceiling so high their headlamps couldn't reach it. The sound of dripping water echoed from unseen depths. "Incredible," Liz whispered, her voice amplified by the cavern's acoustics. "Look at the formations." Their lights played over fantastical shapes, delicate soda straws hanging from the ceiling, flowstone cascading down walls like frozen waterfalls, and gypsum flowers blooming from crevices. The chamber was a wonderland of mineral formations that had developed undisturbed for thousands of years. "I'm getting some unusual readings," Derek said, consulting the handheld device he used to monitor air quality. "CO2 levels are lower than I'd expect this far in, and there's a temperature gradient I can't explain. It's getting warmer as we descend, more than normal geothermal would account for." Jason made a note of this in the waterproof notebook he carried. Every detail mattered when exploring an unmapped system. "Let's proceed carefully." "Which way, Mike?" Mike consulted the map again, frowning slightly. The map shows a passage continuing downward on the western side, but it's not very detailed from this point on. The guy who drew it must not have gone much further. They located the western passage, a sloping tunnel large enough to walk through upright, its floor slick with moisture. As they descended, Jason noticed that the character of the cave was changing. The limestone gave way to darker, igneous rock that shouldn't have been present in this region's geology. The formations became less numerous, but more unusual in structure, with strange, almost geometric patterns that seemed too regular to be natural. "This doesn't make sense," Liz said, running her hand along a perfectly smooth section of wall. "This looks almost manufactured." "Maybe an old mining operation," Derek suggested, though he sounded doubtful. Jason shook his head. No tool marks, no blast patterns. And who would mine this deep in such a remote location? They continued downward for another half hour, the passage occasionally narrowing, then widening again, but always descending. Jason's altimeter showed they had dropped over 300 feet from the entrance, significant for a cave in this region. "Hold up!" Mike called suddenly from the front of the group. "There's some kind of obstruction ahead." They gathered around what appeared to be a recent rockfall, blocking about half the passage. A narrow gap remained on one side, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. "The map doesn't mention this," Mike said, consulting the increasingly useless document. "We might be beyond what the forestry guy explored." "Let me check if it's stable," Jason offered, examining the fallen rocks carefully. They seemed settled rather than precariously balanced. "I think we can get through safely if we go one at a time. I'll go first." Jason removed his small backpack and pushed it through the gap ahead of him, then began to ease his body through the narrow space. The rock was uncomfortably close on all sides, but he managed to wriggle through without dislodging anything. "Clear on this side," he called back, retrieving his pack. One by one the others followed. As Derek, the last member, was halfway through, they heard an ominous rumble. Small stones began to shower down from above the gap. "Move! Quick!" Jason shouted. Derek lunged forward, just as the remaining rocks shifted. A cascade of debris filled the gap completely, sending up a cloud of dust that had them all coughing and backing away. When the dust settled, they stared at the now completely blocked passage. "Everyone okay?" Jason asked, scanning his companions. They nodded, though Derek looked shaken, a scrape on his arm oozing blood where a falling rock had caught him. "That was too close," Mike said, helping Derek clean and bandage the wound with their first aid kit. "Can we clear it?" Liz asked, examining the rockfall. Jason studied the blockage carefully. "Not safely. These aren't just surface rocks. The whole ceiling section has come down. If we start pulling pieces out, we could trigger another collapse." "So we're trapped?" Derek's voice had an edge of panic. "No," Jason said firmly. "Caves this size almost always have multiple routes. We just need to find another way back up." He checked his watch. "We've been in for just over 3 hours. We still have plenty of time before anyone would expect us back." "The map's useless now," Mike said apologetically, folding the paper and tucking it away. "We're off the charted area." "Then we map as we go," Jason replied, pulling out his notebook again. "Standard procedure for unexplored territory. Let's continue forward but mark our route clearly. These systems typically loop back on themselves eventually." With renewed caution, they proceeded deeper into the cave. The passage continued its descent, growing larger until they found themselves in a vast chamber that dwarfed the ones they'd seen earlier. Their headlamps barely penetrated the darkness, creating small islands of light in an ocean of black. "This is unbelievable," Liz whispered, her scientific mind clearly racing to catalogue what they were seeing. "This chamber must be hundreds of feet across." As they ventured further in, their lights revealed something that stopped them in their tracks. The floor of the chamber was not natural cave bottom, but a flat, polished surface that reflected their lights like dark water. Embedded in this surface were intricate patterns, circular designs, and flowing symbols that appeared to radiate from the center of the chamber. "This isn't natural," Derek stated the obvious, his earlier fear replaced by wonder. "This was made by someone or something. Ancient indigenous people, maybe?" Mike suggested. "Some tribes used caves for ceremonial purposes." Jason approached the nearest pattern, crouching to examine it closely. The design was carved with precision into what appeared to be a type of stone he'd never encountered, darker than obsidian, but with a similar glassy quality. "No primitive tools made these marks," he said quietly. "The craftsmanship is too perfect." "Guys," Liz called from a few yards away, "you need to see this." They joined her, and their headlamps illuminated what appeared to be a raised dais at the center of the chamber. Atop it stood a column of the same dark material as the floor, about waist-high, with a shallow bowl-like depression on its top. "An altar," Derek suggested. "Or some kind of astronomical marker," Liz countered. "Many ancient cultures built underground observatories aligned with celestial events." As they discussed possibilities, Jason noticed something odd. A faint luminescence had begun to emanate from the patterns on the floor, barely perceptible at first, but gradually intensifying. The carved lines glowed with a pale blue light that seemed to pulse rhythmically. "Are you seeing this?" he asked quietly. The others fell silent, watching as the glow spread from one pattern to the next, following the circular designs toward the central dais. When the light reached the column, the bowl-like depression began to fill with a shimmering luminescent liquid that hadn't been there moments before. "We should go," Derek said, backing away. "Right now." But before they could move, the light from the patterns suddenly flared, momentarily blinding them despite their headlamps. When Jason's vision cleared, he saw that the chamber had changed. The ceiling, previously lost in darkness, now showed a perfect reflection of the night sky, stars, galaxies, and celestial bodies moving in slow rotation above them. "That's impossible," Liz breathed, staring upward. "We're hundreds of feet underground." A low vibration began to rise through the floor, not violent but pervasive, thrumming through their bodies. The luminescent patterns pulsed in sync with the vibration, creating a disorienting effect of movement, though nothing was physically shifting. "Look," Mike pointed toward the dark periphery of the chamber. Shapes were emerging from recesses they hadn't noticed before, tall, slender forms that moved with fluid grace. As they approached, the caver's headlamps revealed creatures unlike anything they had ever seen. They were roughly humanoid but elongated, with limbs that seemed to have too many joints. Their skin, if it could be called that, had the same obsidian-like quality as the chamber floor, reflecting light in impossible ways. Where faces should have been, they had only smooth surfaces with subtle indentations suggesting sensory organs. The beings moved in perfect coordination, forming a circle around the humans. They made no threatening gestures, but their mere presence radiated an intelligence and otherness that was terrifying in its completeness. One figure, slightly taller than the rest, approached the central dais. It extended a multi-jointed limb over the glowing bowl, and from its fingertips, or what passed for them, dropped a substance that caused the luminescent liquid to flare brightly. Images suddenly filled Jason's mind, not seen with his eyes, but projected directly into his consciousness. He saw the cave system as it had been millions of years ago, when these beings had first arrived from somewhere else. He saw how they had shaped the caves, created this chamber as a connection point to other worlds or dimensions. He understood that they had been here long before humans evolved, watching, waiting, occasionally interacting with the surface world when necessary. From the expressions on his friends' faces, Jason knew they were receiving the same mental transmission. Liz had tears streaming down her cheeks. Mike stood rigid, his mouth open in shock. Derek had fallen to his knees, overwhelmed. The tall being moved closer to Jason, its featureless face now just feet from his own. Another series of images flowed into his mind. Questions about human civilization, about changes in the surface world, about the humans' presence in this sacred space. Jason had the distinct impression that their accidental intrusion had interrupted something important. Some ritual or process that occurred on a timetable incomprehensible to human understanding. Without conscious decision, Jason found himself responding mentally, sharing images of the world above, of human science and society. He showed the being why they had come to the cave, simple curiosity, the desire to explore and understand. He tried to convey their respect for this place and their regret at the intrusion. The being absorbed this information in silence. Then, with a gesture that somehow conveyed both acknowledgement and dismissal, it rejoined the others. The circle of entities began to move in synchronized patterns across the chamber floor, their movements leaving trails of the same blue luminescence in their wake. "What do we do?" Derek whispered, his voice trembling. "I think—" Jason hesitated, trying to interpret the impressions left in his mind. "I think they're allowing us to leave, but we need to go now, while they're occupied with whatever ritual we interrupted." "What about the rockfall?" Mike asked. "We're still blocked in." As if in response to his concern, Jason received a final mental image, another passage hidden behind a formation they had passed earlier, that would lead them back to the surface by a different route. "I know the way," Jason said with certainty. "Follow me, stay close, and don't look back." They retreated from the chamber as the beings continued their intricate dance, the patterns of light growing more complex and brilliant behind them. Jason led them unerringly to the hidden passage, a narrow vertical shaft with natural handholds that they might never have noticed without guidance. The climb was strenuous, made more difficult by their shaking limbs and racing hearts. None of them spoke. Words seemed inadequate for what they had witnessed. After what felt like hours but was probably less than one, they emerged from a small opening into the forest, nearly a mile from where they had entered the cave system. Dusk was falling. They had been underground far longer than they'd realized. What were those things?" Derek finally asked, as they trudged through the forest toward their parked vehicle. "I don't think human language has words for them," Liz replied softly. "They're not from here, not originally." "Are we going to tell anyone about this?" Mike asked, looking to Jason. Jason considered the question carefully. The academic recognition of discovering such a cave system would be significant. But he also recalled the clear warning he'd received mentally from the tall being, that humans were not ready for contact with their kind, that exposure would lead to consequences neither species wanted. "No," he decided finally. "We're not going to tell anyone, not about the chamber, not about them. As far as anyone knows, we found an interesting but ultimately ordinary cave system that was blocked by a rockfall before we could fully explore it." The others nodded in agreement, a silent pact forming between them. Some discoveries were too profound, too dangerous to share. That night, as Jason lay in his bed unable to sleep, he found himself drawing the symbols he had seen on the chamber floor, complex patterns that seemed to shift and change even as he rendered them on paper. He knew that the others were doing the same in their own homes, compelled by an influence they couldn't fully understand. And he knew with absolute certainty that despite their resolution, they would return to the cave. The beings had left a psychic tether in their minds, not controlling, but connecting, ensuring that their human visitors would serve as unwitting liaisons to the surface world. Jason stared at the ceiling, watching as it seemed to ripple and reflect stars that couldn't possibly be visible through his roof. The cave had marked them. Whatever dwelled in those depths had recognized something in these four humans. A compatibility, a potential usefulness. They had been allowed to leave not as a kindness, but as a strategic decision. They would return, and next time, Jason suspected, they might not be permitted to leave at all. The family portrait. Claire Davidson had always felt like an outsider in her own family. Growing up, she'd listened to her relatives share stories about ancestors she'd never met, referencing inside jokes and shared memories that existed before her birth. This sense of disconnection had driven her to become a genealogist, professionally tracing family histories for clients while privately assembling the scattered pieces of her own lineage. At 40, she was finally ready to fill the gaps in the Davidson family tree. The western Maryland mountains held the answer she sought. Her ancestors had settled in this remote corner of Appalachia in the 1840s, building a homestead that remained standing, though it had passed out of family ownership decades ago. The local historical society maintained archives of records, photographs, and correspondence dating back to the region's earliest European settlements. Claire had rented a small cabin for her week-long research trip, a rustic but comfortable place just outside the town of Pine Hollow. On her first morning, she drove to the Historical Society, housed in a converted Victorian home on the town's main street. The building's wraparound porch and gingerbread trim gave it a deceptively whimsical appearance that belied the solemn purpose of preserving the region's often troubled past. "Miss Davidson, we've been expecting you," said Martha Keller, the elderly archivist who greeted Claire at the door. "We don't often get family members coming back to research their roots. Most folks around here never left." "The Davidsons seem to be an exception," Claire replied, following Martha into a room lined with filing cabinets and bookshelves. "My branch moved to Baltimore in the 1930s and gradually lost touch with any relatives who stayed behind." Martha nodded knowingly. "The Depression scattered many families. Well, you've come to the right place. We have quite a collection on the Davidson homestead. It was one of the largest properties in the county at one time." Over the next few hours, Martha helped Claire navigate through land deeds, birth and death certificates, and faded correspondence. The documents painted a picture of a prosperous family that had experienced its share of tragedy. Children lost to disease, a son who never returned from the Civil War, a mysterious fire in 1887 that claimed 3 lives. "Your ancestors were prominent but somewhat unusual," Martha commented as she handed Claire a folder of newspaper clippings. "They kept to themselves despite their standing in the community. There were rumors, of course, but that's true of any wealthy family in a small town." "What kind of rumors?" Claire asked, intrigued. Martha hesitated. "Oh, nothing substantial. Whispers about strange habits, odd visitors, family members who seem to appear and disappear without explanation. The usual small-town gossip." As the afternoon progressed, Claire assembled a clearer picture of her family's history, filling notebook pages with names, dates, and relationships. But something was missing, a visual connection to these people whose blood ran in her veins. "Do you have any photographs of the Davidsons?" she asked Martha. The archivist brightened. "Indeed we do. In fact, there's a remarkable family portrait from 1897 that you should see. It's quite famous locally." Martha led Claire to a climate-controlled room at the back of the building. Opening a flat file drawer, she carefully removed a large, framed photograph and placed it on a viewing table. Claire gasped softly as she saw her ancestors for the first time. The sepia-toned portrait showed about 20 people arranged in 3 rows, men in formal Victorian attire, women in high-necked dresses, and several children looking uncomfortably stiff in their Sunday best. They stood before the Davidson homestead, a grand 2-story house with a distinctive hexagonal turret at one corner. "That's remarkable preservation," Claire noted, examining the photograph's clarity. "Do you know who took it?" "A photographer named Frederick Walden," Martha replied. "He wasn't local, traveled through the area in the 1890s taking portraits for wealthy families. Had an unusual technique that produced extraordinarily detailed images." Claire leaned closer, studying the faces. Some features seemed familiar, the same high cheekbones and deep-set eyes she saw in her mirror each morning. But as she scanned the group, something odd caught her attention. In the back row, partially shadowed by the house's porch, stood a man who looked strikingly out of place. His clothing seemed subtly different from the others, the cut of his jacket more modern, his collar lacking the stiffness of Victorian fashion. "Who's this?" Claire asked, pointing to the figure. Martha adjusted her glasses and peered at the photograph. "That would be Edward Davidson, I believe, the youngest son of the family patriarch." "His clothing looks different," Claire observed. "Does it?" Martha squinted. "The photograph is quite old. Perhaps some details are less clear than others." Claire nodded, though she wasn't convinced. As she continued examining the portrait, other inconsistencies emerged. A woman in the front row wore a cameo brooch, with a design that seemed too intricate for the period. One of the children held what looked like a toy that wouldn't have existed in the 1890s. "Is it possible this photograph was altered at some point?" Claire asked. Martha looked surprised. "Not to my knowledge. It's been in our collection since the Historical Society was founded in the 1950s. Why do you ask?" "Just curious about some of the details," Claire replied, not wanting to sound paranoid. "Would it be possible to get a high-resolution scan? I'd like to study it more closely." "Of course, I can have that ready for you tomorrow. In the meantime, would you like to see the Davidson homestead? It's not open to the public generally, but as a family member, I'm sure the current owners wouldn't mind if you viewed it from the road." Claire eagerly accepted the offer. After getting directions from Martha, she drove along increasingly narrow mountain roads until she crested a hill and saw the house from the photograph standing in a clearing below. The distinctive hexagonal turret was unmistakable, though the property had clearly seen better days. The once grand house now appeared weathered and slightly tilted, as if the mountain itself was slowly reclaiming it. Claire parked at the end of the long driveway and walked the remaining distance, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu as she approached the house she'd just seen in the 125-year-old photograph. The front porch where her ancestors had posed was still intact, its floorboards warped with age but still solid. As she stood taking photographs with her phone, the front door opened and an elderly man emerged, leaning on a cane. "Ah, you must be the Davidson girl," he called, his voice surprisingly strong for his apparent age. "Martha called to say you might stop by." Claire approached the porch steps. "I hope I'm not intruding, Mr. Walden," the man supplied. "Harold Walden. My family has owned this place since the 1950s. Please come in. I imagine you're curious about your ancestral home." The name registered immediately. "Walden? Like Frederick Walden, the photographer?" Harold smiled, revealing surprisingly white teeth. "My grandfather. His work brought him to this area, and he fell in love with it. When the Davidson place came up for sale after the last of the family moved away, my father purchased it. Been in our hands ever since." Claire followed Harold into the house, where the interior was a curious blend of original Victorian features and mid-century modernization. The parlor retained its ornate moldings and fireplace, but the furniture was clearly from the 1960s or 70s. "It's not historically accurate anymore," Harold acknowledged, noticing her gaze. "But it's a home, not a museum. Though we've preserved some Davidson artifacts you might find interesting." He led her to a study off the main hallway. The walls were lined with bookshelves and framed photographs, many of which appeared to be Frederick Walden's work. But the centerpiece of the room was a large portrait hanging over the fireplace, a copy of the same family photograph Claire had seen at the Historical Society. "Your grandfather took this?" Claire asked, moving closer to examine it. "One of his finest works," Harold confirmed. "The Davidson family commissioned him for a special occasion, the 100th anniversary of their arrival in the valley." Claire studied the photograph, which was larger and even clearer than the Historical Society's copy. The inconsistencies she'd noticed earlier were more apparent now. The man with the modern clothing, the anachronistic details. But she noticed something else as well, something that sent a chill down her spine. In this version of the photograph, there was an additional figure standing at the edge of the group. A woman whose face was partially obscured by shadow, but whose features were still discernible. Features that looked eerily like Claire's own. "Who is that?" she asked, pointing to the figure with a trembling finger. Harold followed her gaze, squinting slightly. "I don't recall that person's name. One of the many Davidson cousins, I suppose." "She looks like me," Claire whispered. Harold studied her face, then the photograph. "There is a resemblance. Family traits often persist across generations." But Claire wasn't convinced. The woman in the photograph wasn't just similar. She was identical to Claire, down to the small scar above her right eyebrow from a childhood accident. It was impossible, yet the evidence was before her eyes. "Do you have any of your grandfather's records?" she asked Harold. "Notes about his subjects, perhaps, or his photographic techniques?" "As a matter of fact, I do," Harold replied. "Frederick kept detailed journals of his work. They're in my basement archive. Would you like to see them?" Claire nodded eagerly, and Harold led her down a narrow staircase to a surprisingly modern and well-organized basement room. Temperature and humidity controls hummed quietly, maintaining optimal conditions for the preservation of delicate materials. "My own contribution to the family legacy," Harold explained, noticing her surprise. "I was a conservator at the Smithsonian before retirement. Couldn't bear to see grandfather's work deteriorate." He unlocked a cabinet and removed a leather-bound journal with 1897-1898 embossed on the spine. "This should cover the period of the Davidson portrait." Claire accepted the journal with reverent hands and began carefully turning the pages. Frederick Walden's handwriting was precise and elegant, detailing his travels, commissions, and technical notes about each photograph. In September 1897, she found the entry she was seeking. "Commissioned by Thomas Davidson for family portrait. Unusual request. Desires inclusion of all family members, including those yet to come. Explained impossibility, but TD insistent. Mentioned special payment for special technique. Intrigued despite reservations." The next several entries detailed Frederick's meetings with Thomas Davidson, who apparently shared a secret photographic process that required special chemicals and an apparatus of Thomas's own design. "This makes no sense," Claire murmured, looking up at Harold. "It sounds like they were attempting to photograph people who weren't even born yet." Harold's expression remained neutral. "My grandfather was open to experimental techniques. The late 19th century was a time of spiritualism and pseudo-scientific exploration. Many believed photography could capture the supernatural or even transcend time." Claire continued reading. The final entry about the Davidson portrait was the most disturbing. "Process completed. Results extraordinary and inexplicable. Portrait shows figures I never photographed. Faces of people TD claims are Davidson descendants from future generations. Cannot reconcile with scientific understanding. TD. Pleased, paid handsomely. Have retained original glass plates despite his request to destroy them. Some mysteries too significant to erase, though perhaps too dangerous to fully understand." Claire closed the journal, her hands shaking slightly. "Your grandfather believed he had photographed people from the future. He believed he had captured something beyond normal explanation," Harold corrected. Whether it was truly the future or merely an elaborate deception by Thomas Davidson, he never determined to his satisfaction. "And the glass plates? Do those still exist?" Harold hesitated before answering. "They do. They're quite fragile, but they've been preserved. Would you like to see them?" When Claire nodded, Harold unlocked another cabinet and removed a wooden box. Inside, protected by layers of acid-free tissue, lay several glass negatives. Harold carefully lifted one and held it up to the light. "The original Davidson portrait negative," he explained. "Look closely." Claire examined the negative, where the dark and light areas were reversed from the finished photograph. What she saw made her breath catch. In the negative, the figures she had noticed, the man in modern clothing, the woman who resembled her, were surrounded by a strange luminous aura not visible in the positive print. Their images seemed to float slightly above the plate itself, as if they had been captured in a different plane of existence from the other subjects. "How is this possible?" she whispered. "I don't know," Harold admitted. "My grandfather never fully explained the process in his journals. Whatever technique Thomas Davidson shared with him appears to have died with them both." Claire returned to the study, her mind racing with implications. She stood before the portrait again, staring at the face that mirrored her own. If Thomas Davidson had somehow captured images of future descendants, did that mean she was destined to travel back in time? Or was there some other explanation? "There's something else you should know," Harold said, joining her. "That portrait changes." Claire turned to him sharply. "Changes? How?" "Subtle differences appear over time. New faces emerge at the edges. Existing figures sometimes shift position. I've documented the changes over the decades I've lived here." Harold removed a thin album from a drawer and handed it to Claire. "These are photographs of the portrait taken every 5 years since my family acquired the house." Claire flipped through the album with growing astonishment. The differences were subtle but undeniable. In the earliest photos from the 1950s, her doppelganger wasn't present at all. The figure first appeared faintly in a photo from 1975, becoming clearer in each subsequent image until reaching full visibility in the present day. "I don't understand," Claire said, her academic training battling with the impossible evidence before her. "Photographs don't change. This one does," Harold said simply, "and you're not the first Davidson to return seeking answers. Others have come before, each finding themselves in that portrait before they ever set foot in this house." A thought struck Claire. "The photographer, your grandfather. He's in the portrait too, isn't he? That's why your family bought this house." Harold smiled, but didn't deny it. Frederick became fascinated with the Davidsons after taking their portrait. That fascination has passed down through generations of Waldens. We've become custodians of a mystery we don't fully understand. What happens to the people who find themselves in the portrait? The returning Davidsons? Harold's expression grew solemn. They become part of it, one way or another. Some literally disappeared after seeing themselves in the image. Others lived out their lives but always connected to this house, this family legacy. The portrait calls them home, you see. It completes itself. Claire felt a chill run down her spine. And you think it's calling me? I think you already answered its call by coming here, Harold replied. The question is what you'll do now that you know. That night in her rented cabin, Claire couldn't sleep. She spread her genealogical research across the small dining table, cross-referencing names and dates with the figures in the photographs she'd taken of the portrait. Some connections were clear. She could identify her great-grandfather as a child in the image. But others remained mysterious, including a young man standing near her doppelganger who resembled her brother, though he appeared older than he currently was. The portrait wasn't just showing the past and present, Claire realized. It was showing a gathering that transcended time, a family reunion that existed outside normal chronology. At dawn, she returned to the Davidson homestead. Harold seemed unsurprised to see her so early, inviting her in without question. I need to know more about Thomas Davidson, Claire said as they sat in the kitchen with coffee. What was he trying to accomplish with that portrait? Harold sighed. According to my grandfather's journals, Thomas was obsessed with family continuity. The Davidsons had suffered several tragedies, and he feared their lineage might be broken. The portrait was meant to be both a record and a summons, proof that the family would endure and a means of ensuring that outcome. A summons, Claire repeated. You mean it somehow draws descendants back to this place? Back to a specific moment, Harold clarified. Thomas Davidson believed that all times exist simultaneously, that past, present, and future are merely different perspectives on a single reality. The portrait doesn't just depict a family gathering in 1897, it creates one that exists eternally, with members joining from across decades. The idea was simultaneously absurd and compelling. Claire thought of quantum physics theories she'd read about, time as a dimension rather than a linear progression, all moments existing at once. So what happens now, she asked. Am I supposed to literally join this impossible family reunion? Harold shrugged. That's your choice. Some Davidsons have embraced their place in the portrait, others have fled, though the portrait always reflects their decision either way. Claire returned to the study, standing before the image of her ancestors, and apparently her future self. As she studied the faces, she noticed something new. A space had opened in the arrangement of figures, a gap that seemed precisely sized for a person to stand. The family seemed to be waiting, looking expectantly at the empty spot. I need to think, she told Harold, backing away from the portrait. This is too much to process at once. Of course, he agreed, but don't take too long. The portrait has its own timetable. Over the next 2 days, Claire alternated between rational skepticism and reluctant belief. She visited the Historical Society again, confirming through additional records that previous Davidson descendants had indeed returned to the area throughout the decades, many staying permanently, others disappearing under mysterious circumstances. Martha showed her newspaper clippings about Davidson family reunions held at the homestead every 7 years, gatherings that had continued like clockwork even after the property changed hands, hosted by the Walden family for unknown reasons. The next reunion is scheduled for this Sunday, Martha mentioned casually. Perhaps you should attend, meet any distant relatives who might show up. The coincidence was too perfect. Claire had arrived in town just days before a Davidson gathering, drawn by research plans she'd made months ago. Had the portrait somehow influenced her timing? On Sunday morning, Claire found herself driving back to the homestead, compelled by curiosity she couldn't suppress. As she approached, she saw dozens of cars parked along the driveway and on the surrounding grounds. People milled about on the lawn, some in modern casual attire, others dressed in surprisingly formal clothing that seemed from another era. Harold greeted her at the edge of the gathering. Welcome to the reunion, Claire. Your family has been waiting. These are all Davidsons, she asked, surveying the crowd. In one way or another, he replied cryptically. Come, there's someone you should meet. He led her through the crowd to a tall man standing near the porch steps, the same man she'd noticed in the portrait, wearing anachronistically modern clothes. Up close, his appearance was even more disorienting. His style suggested the 1950s, yet he appeared no more than 40 years old. Claire, this is Edward Davidson, Harold introduced them. Edward, Claire has just discovered the portrait. Edward's eyes lit with understanding. Ah, another returner. "Welcome home, cousin." "This is impossible," Claire said flatly. "You can't be Edward Davidson from the 1897 photograph. You'd be over 160 years old." Edward smiled. "Age works differently for those of us in the portrait. We exist across time, rather than moving through it linearly." He gestured around at the gathering. "Look closely at the others, really see them." Claire did as instructed, and the scene before her shifted subtly. Clothing styles from different decades blended together. Some guests seemed slightly transparent, others hyper-real. A woman in a 1920s dress passed through a table without disturbing it. A child from what appeared to be the 18th century played with a modern smartphone. "What is happening?" Claire whispered. "The portrait is gathering us," Edward explained. "Thomas Davidson discovered something profound about the nature of family bonds and their power to transcend conventional time. Every 7 years, the connection strengthens enough for us to converge more completely." Harold touched Claire's shoulder gently. "It's time for the new photograph. Everyone is assembling." Indeed, the crowd was organizing itself into rows before the house, taking the exact positions Claire had seen in the portrait. Harold guided her to the empty space she'd noticed earlier, positioned between Edward and her doppelganger, who smiled in recognition as Claire approached. "I remember standing where you are now," the woman said in Claire's own voice. "It's disorienting at first, but you'll understand soon." At the center of the lawn, Harold's son, whom Claire hadn't met before, was setting up an antique camera on a wooden tripod. The apparatus looked identical to what Frederick Walden would have used in 1897. "Wait," Claire said, panic rising. "What exactly happens when he takes this picture?" Edward answered calmly. "The portrait completes itself. Past, present, and future align. The family becomes whole across time." Before Claire could decide whether to stay or flee, the photographer called out, "Everyone still, please. Exposure beginning now." A flash of light brighter than any camera should produce engulfed the gathering. Claire felt a strange sensation, as if she were simultaneously standing on the lawn in 2025 and on the porch in 1897, existing in multiple moments at once. The boundaries between times blurred, and she perceived the Davidson family as a single entity stretching across centuries, connected by bonds stronger than linear chronology. When the light faded, Claire found herself still standing in the same spot. But the gathering had changed. Some people had vanished while new figures had appeared. The homestead itself seemed to flicker between its current weathered state and its original grandeur. "What happened?" she asked Edward, who remained beside her. "You've joined the portrait," he explained. "Part of you exists in 1897 now, just as part of me exists in your time. We're anchored across multiple points in the family's timeline." "Am I dead?" Claire asked, the question suddenly seeming both crucial and irrelevant. Edward laughed. "No more than I am. We're just expanded beyond the limitations of experiencing time in only one direction. You'll still live your normal life, but you'll also be here, part of the eternal family gathering." As Edward spoke, Claire became aware of new memories forming alongside her original ones, recollections of standing for the portrait in 1897, of attending reunions throughout the decades, of watching new family members discover the portrait's power and join the timeless congregation. "I should be terrified," she said, surprised by her own calmness. "This defies everything I believe about reality." "Family often does," Edward replied with a smile. "That's what Thomas understood. The bonds of blood create connections that transcend ordinary physical laws. The portrait just makes visible what was always there." In the following days, Claire discovered that she could still leave the homestead, still continue her normal life, but she now carried the awareness of her expanded existence, of her place in the portrait that hung in the study. When she looked at it now, she saw herself clearly. Not just her physical form, but the thread that connected her to all the Davidsons who had come before and all who would follow. Before leaving town, Claire visited the Historical Society one last time, bringing a small package for Martha. "What's this?" the archivist asked. "A contribution to your collection," Claire explained. "A photograph I took at the reunion yesterday." When Martha unwrapped it, she gasped softly. The image showed the Davidson family gathered before the homestead, arranged exactly as in the 1897 portrait. But this photograph was clearly modern, in full color, yet it contained the same faces, the same expressions, even the same shadows as its 125-year-old counterpart. "How is this possible?" Martha whispered. Claire smiled. "Family resemblance can be remarkably strong, don't you think? Thank you for helping me find my place in the Davidson legacy." As she drove away from Pine Hollow, Claire felt the portrait's pull like a gentle tether, connecting her to the homestead and to the family that existed outside of conventional time. She would return for the next reunion in 7 years, and for every gathering thereafter, simultaneously a visitor from the future and an ancestor from the past, her image forever preserved in a portrait that didn't just capture a moment, but created an eternity.